This is
Okay, there you go. We we have
this,
the participant also. I don't know if you can see. May know your name, please? The one who signed in with iPhone.
Hello.
Yeah, can you hear us?
I can, yes. I'm
Okay.
Valencia. You?
Uh, I'm Raj, by the way. George, I missed the part which you said. We have Valerie, and could you please rename your uh, could you please repeat your name so that I could rename iPhone as your name?
Sure, Valencia.
Okay, got that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So,
Valencia is a person who I trained many years ago. And what is happening is that I am in the process, or we're beginning the process of training her to be a trainer. So during the day and tomorrow, she will be helping me out a lot, as will you also. But I just wanted to remind you that this is actually a 40-hour training. And so that we've sent them enough information for way more than 40 hours. And so that this time I'd like to do it slightly different rather than following the outline that we've used and you have shared with them.
yeah.
What I'd like to do is after we introduce ourselves, go directly to the adult client workbook, which is gaining control of ourselves,
Uh-huh.
and go as far as we can in that particular workbook. And then we go next to the gaining control of ourselves, the big video,
Uh-huh.
start at lesson number 4. And same thing, go as far as we can. And at some point, we'd like to show session 1, which explains or demonstrates me leading a group using this book as it was designed to be used. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, that sounds great. So I'll go through the other client workbook once we have all the participants. This is good. And glad to know, Valencia, that you'll be the trainer, the future trainer as well. Uh,
Thank you.
this sounds exciting for me. So good morning, Valerie Grace Ray. If you can hear us, probably just give.
Good morning. Thank you
Oh,
for having me.
I'm glad you're here. Did you get all my emails this morning?
I did. Thank you so much.
Okay. Well, this is, there's one more person I think that we have. Uh, and she's coming from El Centro, California. Can we check to see if she's there already?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess we have one more participant. I guess that is, we have Valerie, we have Valencia, we have, I guess, Melisians is pending.
Melissa? Yeah. So, yeah. Okay, then. Well, while waiting, I would like to say to the one, to Valerie, uh, is that after the training, each of you will have a chance to be mentored by me if you would like, in terms of how to establish and maintain a private practice. And so this is actually a 40-hour training. So we can't do 40 hours in 16. That is why we provide you with so much information. And also, once you have a chance to experiment with the video library, you will quickly find that there's a huge amount of videos that can be used in conjunction with any lesson and any of the 2 client workbooks. But while waiting, maybe Valerie Valencia can share what your experience has been as a provider for so many years.
Right. And George, one favor, I'm trying to open up what you sent me, the agenda and everything. I cannot open it up. That's why I'm on my cell phone. I prefer to be on my computer. Is it possible to send it to my other email, please, whoever sent the information?
Yeah, I can send that, Valencia. If you could put that in your chat, if you can put, or
yeah. Let me give you another email address. I'm sorry. Yeah, chat. Okay.
Okay, I mean, George, you can continue as this happens. So
Yeah, I'm just sending him my email.
okay. So we are good to see. Good morning, Melissa. Um, I mean,
Good morning.
Oh my goodness, I'm glad to see you. What happened to you last time? I don't remember.
So I guess they sent the link like right before the meeting, and we were at our management meeting. So we didn't know it was for that Friday. We're waiting for a
Oh,
date.
okay. Well, you're going to have
Yeah.
to help us out a lot because you have had your material a long time and you don't have any reason to not have read it all, right?
Yes.
But in any case, it's a very small meeting, and so that we're just beginning. So I think we'll start off by having Raj introduce himself, followed by Valencia. Valencia is a person who's been using the model for many, many years, and she's being trained as a trainer. So you'll have experience with her later also, I think. But also to remind again that this is a 40-hour training, which is why we sent out so much information. And the goal is for you to read the material, and that'll make you far more effective as a facilitator. And so that maybe what I'll do is introduce myself first, and then we go to Raj. First of all, I can't believe it, but I'm actually 85 years old. That's impossible. But
Yeah.
nevertheless, that's the case. And so I've been doing lots of things for a long time. But regarding anger management, it's an interesting story that all of you will appreciate, I hope. But I participated as a representative of the National Association of Social Workers in writing the first legislation on batterers intervention in California. It's called California Penal Code 1203. Oh my goodness, that's a good looking guy.
Oh my God. Yeah. Beautiful.
Oh shucks, I gotta have my wife come and see this because I didn't know we had that one still. But in any case, so I received a call one day, and it was from a judge, and he says, "This is a conference call," and he says there are three of us, and we are Superior Court judges from LA County, and he says we are on a committee, and it's related to providing providers who have substance and working with them. In your case, we've been using your batterers intervention client workbook for a number of years with excellent use. And so that we want to know whether or not you will be willing to write a curriculum on anger management. And if we like it, we will make you the sole provider, or at least the person, I think they call it vendor for the county, which means that everyone would have to be trained by you and use your material in order to receive referrals from any of the courts in Los Angeles County. And so that what I did, I used to teach at UCLA at the Neuropsychiatric Institute. So what I did is that I contacted the psychology department. I explained to them what it is that I needed, and that was 10 students from the master's program in psychology to do research with me on anger management. And so that from those 10 students, we came up with the client workbook, which is the one that we're going to be using today. It's been revised probably 3 times now, and that's gaining control of ourselves. So that's the history, but just a little bit more, and that is in the process of our doing research, we discovered that there really wasn't that much out there. And the research that was out there was from the Bureau of Prisons in Canada. And they said that the most effective intervention would have to include client workbooks, and the providers would have to be trained to use the client workbooks, and they would have to stay with the material in the client workbook in order to make it valid. So that's my history regarding my involvement with anger management. So that next we'll go to Raj. He's going to be the host, but he's been hanging out with me for a while. And Raj is a person who is actually in India.
Yeah.
And for our interview, he will be able to do marketing for you if you would like it on the internet. He's very, very active on LinkedIn, as am I. Okay, Raj.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you so much, George. So, I mean, that's what I wanted to show. Like, been working with George for close to 3 years. This is again George. Now, this is what I do. Got pieces of the content. He's such a powerful man that he has seen the radio era, the TV era, and the internet era, and this is what we love flashing. Or somebody who had been to Harvard Medical School, worked with them, trained, I would say, thousands of professionals on anger management facilitator certification. So again, we are working on mental health. This was the first work which I had done with George like 3 years ago. Ever since then, it's been a roller coaster ride for me. So what I do for a living is I convert little pieces of content. If you have any text or codes, I convert that into pictures, or I convert the content into videos. So I help people get listed on Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, also market that on YouTube. And in terms of social media marketing, lead generation is something which I work on. So pleasure meeting all of you. Valencia, thank you so much for being here. Valerie and Melissa. So thank you, George. That's a little intro about me. Over to you, over to any of the participants.
Absolutely.
Okay, Valencia.
Ms. Valencia, and George trained me initially back in 2007. After I graduated from grad school, I have my master's in clinical psych. I was working for a residential treatment service bureau for detained youth. So, you know, I was young back then. So I'm like, wow, these kids are very aggressive. So one of my managers asked, who's interested in getting certified in anger management? So one of my colleagues knew George, so he recommended George. So of course I went and got trained. So I'm like, wow, this is very helpful. We making all this money for LA County. I'm like, how can I use this in the community and I become a service provider? So I went to George, and George taught me how to do that. So I was doing it at work as well as on my own as a service provider. And it's been so rewarding on the job, working with these kids that are wards of the court. They are detained, and a lot of them have been abused. A lot of them are traumatized. So this was very helpful to help me just engage them on a different level, because I had never experienced that, being in such a hostile environment. So it has been very helpful. It has been very rewarding and beneficial to people in the community that is court ordered, referred by the Employee Assistance Program. And it's just teach everyone. A lot of people have anger. It's just a basic human emotion, but a lot of people do not know how to regulate their emotions. So it's been very helpful to me to teach them how to regulate their emotions where it won't bring severe consequences or be disruptive to their personal life, their health, their job, you know, school, whatever level, wherever you are in life. It has been very beneficial. So I am eternally grateful to George for the training, for the time he invested in me and assisting and helping me out. So I think you guys will benefit greatly from this experience.
Thank you so much. Okay, what about Melissa? Can Melissa hear me?
Oh, yeah, I'm here. Hi, everyone. Good morning. Nice meeting you. I am the program manager here at the center, and I also am doing my master's in counseling psychology. I'm going for a marriage and family therapist, and I'm graduating in 2 weeks. So the reason why I'm getting certified with the anger management is because we received a grant with It's called Stop the Hate. And we're trying to work with the youth because we find it that they, like she said, Valencia said, like they need to learn how to regulate their emotions. So we're trying to go to schools and provide a class for them. So we're working and finding 3 venues where we can go to the schools and have that program there and teach them, like this about anger management and how to control their emotions.
Okay, that's very important because we're going to spend all day on the adults, but I'll make sure to give you some information tomorrow because we have a separate client workbook for adolescents, and we also have samples of proposals that you can make for the school system. As a matter of fact, your director, who is Rosa Diaz, referred me to a person who had attended last time, and she's in the school district there in El Centro, and her organization has contracts with like 16 schools in your county. So in my case, the very first contract that I had with the school was Sacramento Unified School District, in which we had 2 contracts. The initial contract was just with teenagers, and so that it was referring youngsters to anger management in lieu of suspension for aggressive behavior in school, like fighting. And it was from middle school and high school. And that worked out very well. And essentially what we did, that's Sacramento, so I'm in LA, but what we did is that we trained people all over the country. So we selected a person from Sacramento who would go to the school once a week for an hour and teach a class on anger management for a semester. That's what the contract each time was, for a semester, but it was still an open-ended group. And that worked out so well that they came back with an idea the next year is, imagine what would happen if you take these same kids who are in a class for anger management and you have the adult school, adult education, ask their parents if they would like also to be in an anger management class. Can you imagine how exciting that would be? And do you think that anyone had ever done that before? Nah. It was just incredible. And so another thing to think about today, because I'm going to forget it, is reentry. Reentry programs are programs for adults primarily, in which they're in prison for some reason or the other. And once they are released from prison, if the original crime was related to violence, in terms of person-directed violence, like aggressive behavior, fighting, that kind of thing, then they have to be in anger management for a year once they are out of prison. So you can get contracts that way with the parole department. Or if it's for domestic violence, then it's 1 year in domestic violence. And so you may also want to consider that. Okay, so we have, let's see, Valerie is the last person, and she's very new to the team. Valerie works for an interesting guy whose name is Joe O'Neill, and they are from Fresno, and they're planning on taking over the world. I think Valerie is going to join them for sure. Okay, Melissa?
Thank you. I'm really excited to be here. I have some personal experience and a pretty lengthy testimony when it comes to not only substance abuse personally, but also the receiving end of anger in my marriage, as well as domestic violence. And so I'm really looking forward to being able to, share this message with others and have them give back in regards to service. And here in the Central Valley, I do have my degree in marketing and business, and I'm going back to school to get my SUD certificate. And so I'm so excited to engage in the community here and, just end the stigma of the mental illness piece, that getting help is available and it's acceptable. And I love the curriculum. So I'm looking forward to this.
Thank you. The largest training that I have ever given on this topic was in Fresno, and it was at the DoubleTree Inn, and it was storming, and so that I could not believe it. in the rain, people came from everywhere. And so we had like 49 people, and the room wasn't big enough. And so the hotel had to give us a bigger room at the last minute. And so I couldn't figure it out. I said, why in the world do we have this many people? It's just Fresno. I don't know anything about Fresno. How in the world could they know anything about me? So it was actually the dean of the School of Social Work from Cal State at Fresno who says to me, Anderson, he says, no one ever comes to Fresno. He said, they go to San Francisco, they would go to Sacramento, or they go to Oakland. And he said, because you came here, that's why everybody came here. I said, God damn, I wish I'd known that in advance. I've been up here all the time. Anyway, so now back to Raj. I want to ask Raj if he could. Do you have the entire book, Gaining Control of Ourselves?
Yeah, that's on my screen. Let me share the screen so that.
Yeah, let me tell you where I want you to go though first, so that you'll know exactly. First of all, any questions anyone want to ask first? Okay. I need to check in with Valencia. Valencia, my goal was to start with the goals, which is like on page number 4. Is that okay with you?
Absolutely.
Okay then. So let's see. Who wants to volunteer and read page number 4?
I could do it, George.
Why not?
Yeah, Valencia could do it. Okay. So page number 4, basically the goals for the program. The program is designed to help individuals recognize and manage anger and stress. One of its goals is to teach acceptable ways of expressing anger. By gaining a better understanding of self, we will learn to better control our anger so that it does not lead to a violent outburst or actions that are harmful to others. Also, we will devote lessons to improving communications so that we may become better listeners and communicators to prevent angry situations. Lastly, we will learn different techniques for stress management and enhancing emotional intelligence. Participants are encouraged to complete all of the exercises in the book and practice applying the techniques in real life situations. In addition, emotional intelligence skills enhancement exercise from the Bar-On EQI emotional intelligence will be used in this coaching program. And then you have the group objectives, of course. So at the end of the course, the participants should be able to recognize the role of individual responsibility in changing maladaptive behavior, develop a working understanding of one's own anger and stress patterns and responses, and identify situational triggers that consistently result in angry responses and can lead to aggressive behavior. So eliminate or minimize negative behavior and learn how and when to use timeouts to prevent aggressive confrontations. You want to combine new coping skills to handle anger, stress, and other feelings. Use communication skills and learning techniques effectively and gain a better understanding of how children and one's family can be affected by personal communication techniques. Also, become more aware of one's own stress and anger. Also, develop the capacity to sense the mood of persons with whom he or she must interact. Also, increase skills and emotional intelligence, including self-awareness, self-control, social awareness, and relationship management.
Okay. So I'll tell you an interesting story. Years ago, I was leading a group, and at the end of this person's time in the group, I think he had a year, he said, we were going through checking, because we have a form at the back in terms of sharing with the person potential problems that they may have going forward and so on. And I said, what was the experience like for you? And he says, I'm still depressed. And so that after looking at the objectives, does this have anything to do with depression?
Nothing.
It has nothing to do with mental health or mental illness. As a matter of fact, Anger is not an illness. According to the American Psychiatric Association, anger is a normal human emotion. Everyone experiences anger from time to time. Anger is a problem when it is too intense, occurs too frequently, impacts health, destroys work or school relationships, destroys interpersonal relationships, or becomes a part of violence or aggressive behavior. So it's important that you have a clear understanding of what this is all about in order for you to be effective. So Melissa, I'd like for you to read the next page. Is Melissa around?
Yeah. Would it be page 2 in this book?
Is page
It's the next page after what she read.
It's page number 5.
She's in a different book, George, I think. Let's see the cover.
Yeah, this is.
Oh, that's it. That's the teenage book. You don't have the other one? Like this. Okay, that's okay. By the way, I'll send you the other one. And so
okay, yeah, I only received that one and this one.
No, that's okay. Read all of that for sure. That's the outlines, but no problem. So we won't bother you with that.
Okay.
Raj,
We did email you the soft copies, Melissa. As in, you have it in the email, by the way, but that's okay.
That's okay. If she has it in the email, let's take the time and let her do it.
Okay.
Is it possible for you to help her?
Yeah, so this is page number 5. The next page, which is again this one, right?
Yes.
I have this group responsibility. Oh, you have the wrong book also. That's the adolescent book. This is called Gaining. Yeah, that's the one we want. Okay, so control. Gaining, wait a minute. No, the name of the book on the outside. What's the cover say?
Okay.
Gaining.
Look at the cover, Raj.
Okay, I see the cover. So the one which I have here is like, let me go to this is the one, but this is like.
That says Controlling Ourselves. That's the name of the book. That's for adolescents. It's also an old edition. No problem.
Okay. Let me bring the. You said page 5, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are we on this one? The group rules, like.
Yeah. No, you're right. It's a group responsibilities, is what it says.
Okay, there you go.
Fine. Let me tell you guys, one of the things you notice about Rod, he's extremely patient, and it's like I am all over the place. I'm nervous all the time, and he calms down because he figures it out. He never, does anything but make it work out. So okay, then, Rod, since you're so smart, why don't you read this yourself?
Yeah, sure. So
you got the group rule, but can you back down? I want the next session ahead of that is called group responsibility.
Oh, okay.
There you go. Okay, right there. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so group responsibilities. Keep a daily anger log and stress journal.
Let me ask you a question. Who's going to do that if you have males and females? Who's going to likely do it? The guys or the
females?
Why?
Because we're used to journaling and we like to express our thoughts and feelings.
Yeah, they're just more human all the way. Okay, call on, Raj.
Okay, so identify anger in stressful situations. That's a group responsibility. And identify your own anger and stress cues. Become aware of how you feel when you're feeling hungry, when you're feeling angry or stressed, and how you behave when you are feeling this way. So implement the skills learned so that you can gain better control of yourself. That's part of the group responsibility.
Okay.
Should I?
Going.
Okay, the group rules. Participants must come on time to all classes. Fees must be paid prior to each class and must be kept current. No participant will be permitted to complete the class until all outstanding fees are paid in full. No profanity will be permitted.
Pause for just a minute.
Okay.
You notice that two things right in a row, number 2 and 3, are related to money. It's because I get really nervous. If you owe me more than $50, I'm close to having a nervous breakdown. I just can't handle it. And so I make it very clear you ain't never going to get your completion if you don't pay me. But keep going.
Okay, so the identity of all participants as well as any material discussed in the group will be kept confidential. Participants who are disruptive in the group will be reported back to the court, referring source as uncooperative.
Pause for a second. So let me show you how the group rules are used. Let's assume that in a group, there is some confusion or there's some cross-talking or some disruptive behavior. You stop the group at that moment. You say, hold on, guys. Turn to page number 5, and you take the person who was disruptive, and you say, I'd like you to read number 6. And he or she reads number 6. Participants who are disruptive in the group will be reported back to the court or referring source as uncooperative. And then you say to the group, what do you think of this, guys? And then they turn to that guy and they said, man, you're disruptive. And I said, if you get reported back, you may go to jail or you may have a fine. They may increase the number of sessions that you have to attend.
Right.
So that the group rules are powerful. And this is why it's important you to stick with it. So we can't bypass it. If you're going to start off a group, that's one of the first things that you do if it has an open-ended group. You make sure that before they come to the first class, they would have read the group rules and the objectives and so on. So go to number 7.
Okay. So all group members must participate in each class. Homework assignments are expected to be completed. Any participant who appears to be under the influence of drugs or alcohol will be dismissed from the group and reported back to court or referring source. No derogatory or racial or ethnic comments will be accepted in the group. Group time will not be used to answer questions regarding any member's account balance or number of remaining sessions. All cell phones, smartphones, and all other electronic devices must be shut off during sessions. No texting or social media will take place during sessions, and consistent attendance is required.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're
I
welcome.
failed to mention this morning, and Raj forgot it too. We can take breaks every hour, 10 minutes before the hour. Raj, you remember that?
Yeah.
And we're going to take a lunch break from 12 to 1. And we'll go until 5 unless we are overly excited and we'd rather leave and have you read some more of the stuff. We may leave at 4. So what I'd like to do is let's I will read number 7. 5 basic subject areas essential to impulse control: communication, anger management, relationship management, emotional intelligence, and stress management. And by the way, one of the unique things about our model is that we were the first to use emotional intelligence as the theoretical base. That's what underlies the model. And so that of the things that I just read, emotional intelligence is the basis. And so that communication is a part of emotional intelligence, anger management is a part of emotional intelligence, so is relationship management, so is stress management. All of those are part of emotional intelligence, period. Okay? And so that the assessment that each of you took, the emotional intelligence EQI 2.0, is what we use in the training so that you have a personal understanding of it, because you will know what your strengths and weaknesses are. And we will cover that. If not in class, I will give each of you an opportunity to have a session with me in which I will go through and discuss your results as opposed to doing it in the group. But today or tomorrow, I'll go through one from a physician that I would have provided coaching for and emotional intelligence. And so that not only do I use this for the anger management classes, if there is the ability to pay. For example, if you get a contract with the school district is more likely to use it because they can get a discount as a nonprofit. Whereas if it's for profit, which means that if someone in there who's mandated, they have to pay, and the amount is a bit much. It's about $400. So you still need to know the information, but it doesn't mean that you'll be able to use the assessment because you also would not have been trained to use the assessment. All of those are referred to us. We do the assessment, we give you the information back, and we teach you how to debrief, how to give feedback. Okay, and so the next one, it says, communication is important. Communication is essential to improving relationship with others. This area is often problematic in relationship with persons who have explosive personalities or who have deficits in self-awareness and self-control. The latter part of this workbook introduces some key mechanisms for improving communications with others. If you will notice through our book, we repeat the same thing hundreds of times. So it's impossible to be in an anger management program using this material without learning something, even if you only stayed for an hour. It just can't happen. Next one, this is anger is a primitive emotion. Anger is a feeling of displeasure, which usually shows itself in a desire to fight back at the supposed cause. It is accomplished by physical changes in the body. When we are angry, our pulse may become more rapid, our blood pressure may rise, adrenaline enter the bloodstream, and muscles may become tense. The combination of angry feelings and physical arousal often propel people into action. All too often, people act out violently or aggressively as a result of their anger. Hence, in anger management sessions, we instruct each participant to talk about his or her angry feelings rather than to act upon them. Next one is relationship management. Relationship management is a proficiency in managing relationships and building networks and an ability to find common ground and build rapport. Relationship management includes effectiveness in leading change, persuasiveness, and expertise building and leading teams. Relationship management includes influence, mentoring, conflict management, and collaboration. This skill is critical in managing or leading others. The last one is emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence is the ability to accurately identify and understand one's own emotional reactions and those of others, and to regulate one's emotions and to use them to make good decisions and act effectively. EI provides the bedrock for many competencies. On the next page, it says that are critical for effective performance in the workplace. For instance, one's effectiveness in influences others depends on one's ability to connect with them on an emotional level and to understand what they're feeling and why. To effectively influence others, we also need to be able to manage our own emotions. The 4 domains of emotional intelligence, according to Daniel Goleman, are self-awareness, self-control, social awareness, and relationship management. The last one is stress is a step toward anger. The second issue or focus in this book is stress. We encounter numerous stresses in our daily lives. Stress is our body's natural response to the physical and emotional pressures of life. A moderate amount of stress can help us perform at peak level. Too much stress, however, makes us ineffective, troubled, or even sick. Because of these negative consequences, we've devoted a number of lessons to stress management. Are there any questions or comments on anything that has been covered so far? Okay, the next one is the control law. And so I'm going to ask for some assistance from Valencia on this one. When you, Valencia, receive a new referral and the person is meeting with you and they come in person and they're going to pay, this is your first assignment after he or she has been accepted into the program. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so I'd like for you to go through this one and share any experiences that you think will be useful for them in understanding what tends to occur.
Okay,
First
so
of all,
basically,
what is it that you tell a person to bring with them on the when they call and make the appointment? You tell them to bring in something with them. What is it?
yes, the documentation from the court that indicates how many sessions they are supposed to take. Because sometimes they get confused. Is it domestic violence or is it anger management? So you really need to verify yourself instead of listening to the client.
Absolutely.
And their ID is important as well, because you want to make sure that is the person that's ordered to come take the classes.
Okay.
Okay. So yeah, so we go over the control log, and I just asked them to briefly describe why you was referred to the program. Well, the judge say I'm angry and he's telling me I need to come take this class. So you just want to get some background information and find out what actually happened that led them to the attention of the court and for the judge to order the class. So you give them an opportunity to explain briefly the who, what, when, where, and why. And then you ask them to answer the 7 questions that's listed on page 9. And it just gives you a wide perspective of who they are, how they engage and interacted, what happened, so that you can better help them, individually as you navigate through the class. Because some of the material in here, just like George said, when you do the assessment, it'll let you know what your strengths and your weaknesses are. And then that way you can hone in to better assist them, with whatever their deficiency is. You want to enhance their weaknesses. So basically they just go over it. What did you want to happen in a situation? They may explain to you what happened. And then you go deeper in by asking them, so what did you want to happen in that situation? Of course, you assuming that they handled the situation in an aggressive manner. So what caused you to think that aggressive action would get you the results you wanted? And then you ask them at the time, what feelings were you having? You never know where a person is emotionally or mentally that made them react and respond the way that they did. So did you attempt to make light of the role in this situation, or did you attempt to blame someone else? You want to see if they're taking ownership of their own behavior, or are they shifting the blame on someone else? Okay. And also, what was the impact on your action? Sometimes they go to jail. Sometimes they can lose a job. Sometimes it can cause them to get fired. You just never know. So you give them an opportunity to express what was the impact on them or anybody else that's linked to them. Because when you have a negative outburst, it don't just affect you. It can affect people that's associated with you, family, friends, coworkers, or whoever. So you want to make sure they understand how they were impacted by their behavior. And number 6, did any past explosive incidents, violence, or aggression on your part affect this situation? Okay. And then after the smoke cleared, you ask them to look back. What could you have done different? And then that'll make them think about their behavior and their actions. And it lets them know, hey, your back is not against the wall. You have options. You don't always have, everything is not a fight. You don't always have to respond in an aggressive manner. So then that gives them to thinking, how could I have done things differently to produce a different outcome? That's the bottom line. You want them to think so that they can get themselves out of situation instead of resorting to anger and aggression. So the control law is really great. It gives the facilitator a chance to know who the client is, and it gives the client to really think about how their behavior impacted their life and landed them in an anger management class.
Okay, and when that person comes to his first group meeting, what you do as a facilitator is you say, group, we have a new member in the group tonight or today.
Right.
We would like for each of you to go around the room, introduce yourself, let the new member know what your experience has been in the group. And then the last person, the new member, is to read what he wrote to the group, to the control log. He reads it, right? And
Right.
after he,
George, oh, I'm
go ahead.
sorry. Go ahead.
No, I like to hear.
And what I generally do is have one of my veteran clients in the class share with the new member so the new member will feel comfortable. So can you imagine going into a group, all these people, and I have to tell them what I did, why I'm here? So I have one of my veteran participants in the group share with the group and the new member what did you do that landed you in an anger management class. So that kind of breaks the ice for the new client. It makes them feel more comfortable. And then they don't mind opening up and sharing with the group. So, right. So that's very helpful.
Okay, let me tell you a funny one. I laugh a lot and I tease a lot. And so that this was a guy from Lancaster, and he was maybe 19 years old. And what actually happened in his control log, the way he told the story, he says that his girlfriend was cheating on him with another guy. He found out about it, so he went to her house and he parked in front of her house. She stayed on a corner, and a car came by that looked like the guy's car, and he had a baseball bat and he smashed the guy's window. And it was the wrong car, and so they called the police, and so he got in trouble. But in meantime, the same situation, another car came by and it was the right car, and he smashed that one too. So I mean, he smashed two car windows. And so when he got to, that was, you know, what happened in this situation. So what caused you to think that? And he says that he didn't think that it was his girlfriend. He thought if they hadn't been hitting on her, that it would not have been in a problem. And that's why he would want to beat the guys up and so on. In any case, I laughed, and I always liked presenting his story because it just was so funny. But in any case, what I'd like to tell you next is that the same person, the new person, no matter where you are in the client workbook, you turn back to page number 11. So turn over to page number 11. It's called Destructive Interactions, the negative wheel. Negative. There you go. Okay. And so we're going to actually do this one. I'm going to start off with whoever wants to volunteer. That's between Melissa and Valerie.
I'll read.
Okay. No, this is what you're doing this time. Think about the case that was presented by Valencia. She explained to you her situation. I mean, other one that, or I got a better one than that. Let's see. I got a better one than that. I don't know what am I thinking about. You can always blame Raj. Turn to page number 16.
Okay.
Okay, now, would you read the top sample log entries?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
No, I don't want to read. I was just referring to Raj. I want Melissa. No, was it Valerie? Who was going to read? I forgot.
Yes. I'll read.
Go ahead.
So starting at the top of page 16.
Yeah, the case vignettes is page 16. Yeah.
Got it. The case vignettes below provide an excellent way to master the spokes on the contrasting wheels of behavior. Practice in relating these stories to the spokes on the wheel will serve to help you recognize when you are exhibiting any of the behaviors that are impediments to positive interpersonal relationships. Further, it will help you to make the spokes on the positive wheel a regular part of your behavior. Please use your own emotional intelligence assessment results to assist you in understanding how EQ relates to impulse control.
Okay, now this is a case that I saw myself. And so that this man lives in Westwood. Westwood is where UCLA is. It's a very exclusive area. It borders Brentwood, which is where I live, Beverly Hills, Pacific Palisades, Bel Air to the north, and West Los Angeles to the south. And so that this man says, I live, and he didn't say it, but he told me, I live in Westwood. And now read the story. Because you'll see
Sure.
what it's
Okay. The situation, I drive 40 miles each way to work on the worst freeway in the state, 405. My job is very stressful. I have been stressed out a lot over the last 2 years. One night, I became angry with my daughter and smashed the monitor of her computer. My wife panicked and demanded that I go for anger management.
Keep in mind, this little girl is 11 years old. And this is not a referral from the police. This is a referral from his wife. So keep reading.
So the beliefs are that I simply can't justify my actions. I'm stressed to the max.
So right away, we're talking about stress, we're talking about anger, communication. You see it right in front of you. Keep going.
Feelings. I don't even think the issue was my daughter. I was frustrated over the bind that I'm in. I have a high income. I don't want to move and I hate the drive. And the cost of anger is respect for himself, past violence or none, and alternatives. I should have told my daughter that I was in a bad mood and I need her to do what I asked.
We turn back to the wheel on page number 11. Anyone just volunteer and read any one or two spokes on that wheel that are in play in the example that we just read. Did everybody hear me?
Yeah, I'm not controlling.
Yes. Yeah, okay, that's one. Don't take everything. Control and give somebody else a chance. Who else? Listen, what do you see?
I'm sorry, I'm still trying to. I'm just gonna put the book away because I'm trying to find it here.
Oh, that's right. You
yeah, I'm still trying to find the thing.
No, look at the screen. Look at the screen.
Okay. For that example?
Yeah.
Let's see.
Let me go through it. Did his behavior would it appear that he's in a state of rage, or if hostility was noticed, or inattention? Tell me what you think was in play.
George.
Okay, help out, anyone?
Yeah. How did he engage with his daughter? What behaviors, what style of communication or behavior did you see the way he engaged with his daughter as a result of him being stressed out? On the spokes on the wheel, just identify one.
Okay.
What about hostility? Did you hear George say that he smashed her computer?
Yeah.
Is she there?
Yeah, Valerie or Melissa, you probably just pick anything from the spokes of the wheel.
Yeah, I definitely think hostility and some rage in the moment.
Absolutely.
Okay. And inattention there is a, what I didn't do, and I'll point this out because you're learning as we go. On page number 9, the assignment before you get there would be for you to define, no, that's a control out, I'm sorry. There is a section in the book, an assignment, in which is the next page, is page number 12 and 13. It asks you to define each of the spokes on the wheel. And so that in fairness, you had already gone through the definition on these 2 pages. This would have made what I'm doing now easier, if that makes sense to you. Anyway.
Yeah.
Okay. So that in the interest of time, what I saw also was inattention. What is inattention? That at the time that this occurred, this guy had not considered he had not thought what may happen to do this.
Consequences.
not thinking of the consequences, right? So the first consequence was that it blew his daughter away, but then his wife too. And she's the one who said, no, you got to get some help. But then that's one, and intimidation was clear. It's like, how could this little girl feel about her dad? She's an only child.
Right.
Control, manipulation, whatever it is that you want. Okay. So let me tell you what I did. I said to him, sir, I said, can you tell us what your position is and where you work? He said, I live in Westwood and I drive to Irvine every day on the 405. Wow. And he said, I am the vice president. I report directly to the president. I said, before you come to the class next week, I'd like for you to go to page number 10 and you select anything that you want to state your needs in an assertive manner, focus on what it is that you want, seeking ask for whatever it is that you want, right? And report back to us. He came back the next week. He raised his hand. He said, I want to go first. He said, I feel like an idiot. He says, I asked to speak to the president. And so I said, Bob, this drive is killing me. In which case he interrupted me and he said, oh, you don't have to come at 9 o'clock. You can come at 11 o'clock and leave at 3 if you want. And you don't have to come every day. If you want to come 3 days a week, you can do that. I said, sir, I agree. You are an idiot. And what can you do? Is that stupid? He hadn't asked for anything. So it's like, he could have done that years before. Who's fault is it? Anyway. So I think if we don't take a little break, somebody's not going to work out. So anybody want to make a comment before we take this 10-minute break or so? Okay.
So the constructive and destructive interaction, my clients, and so that you guys would know, I have a anger management practice. So I provide services to people. So anyway, the constructive interaction, it just teaches a way of communicating. You can miscommunicate. The destructive will, you're miscommunicating. This causes arguments, fights. It keep you in trouble, land you in jail, in court, or even in a grave. If you,
Yeah, I'm just getting scaring me.
You do not control your style of communication because it produces negative interaction. But if you communicate on the wheel on the left, the spokes on a wheel, that's more constructive. And that helps you focus and practice skills of interaction that's positive with people. And it produces a more positive interaction.
Okay.
So that's important. Yeah. My clients love the spokes on the wheel.
I do too. And the other thing is that this comes on the card that I sent everyone. I don't know if, Raj, do you have a color, what that card, contrasting wheels of behavior? Is not important. Look for it for when they come back. Go ahead and take your break.
Yeah. Okay.
Wow. Alyssa, you are awesome.
Huh?
You're awesome.
Okay, so what, 10 start?
I mean, George was saying you're awesome, Valencia.
Oh, thank you, George. I'm sorry. Okay, thank you. I had an awesome teacher. I can't help but be. All right, so take a 10-minute break?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I mean,
So,
the voice was cutting in and out, so that's why she couldn't hear you.
Oh, okay.
That's okay.
So what do you think? Is this okay? Is working out?
Yeah, this is good. The pace at which we are going is good. So after this, again, as per the agenda, like the way you mentioned, I'll go through the video. Once we are done with this client workbook, the adult client workbook is completed. Probably we go through the set of things which needs to be done. I'll go through the video in the lesson 4.
Lesson 4, we stop after each lesson, let them answer the question, and discuss if we can. And so we're not in a hurry, because the other video that I want them to see, it would be maybe that should come first, is session 1, because session 1 goes through what we're doing now.
Okay,
But
yeah.
they see doing it. They see how I do it. And it's like, it's easier to connect it in your brain. Oh, wow. Yeah, I see now. That kind of thing. And so then, and we'll just follow, because we have way more information than meets the eye. And there is another video that I want. You have it listed, Yano Mas.
Yeah, Yano Mas.
Okay, so I like to watch 2 from Yano Mas. One is the couple in which the woman and her husband has a dispute, and he slaps her or hits her. And then before that is like a grandmother and her granddaughter and so on. I think it will be an impressive day. Is what I think it's going to be. And you can feel comfortable in entering whenever you want.
Yeah, sure, George. I mean, we have all those ready, and I'll bring them on the screen. Would you like to grab some coffee?
Oh, you go ahead. I had mine, but you go ahead. Please do. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you.
How's your daughter?
Doing great, thank you.
I just wanted to suggest is that you have the list of the trainings for the balance through March, right? It's on my website. And so
that's right.
we have one person already who's signed up. And another thing that's happened, and I didn't know if it made any sense to you at all, but since, I don't know, for many, many years, I was the official vendor for the court in Los Angeles. And again, we have 70 million people here. And that meant that anyone who was mandated to receive anger management by the court could only see people like Valencia, who was trained by me and used our material. And so that was like a huge boost for me income-wise for years and years and years. So with the pandemic, the judges decided that it doesn't make sense to focus on a county because it's all virtual, or mostly virtual. And so it doesn't matter where you live at all. And so that they didn't want the list anymore, so they discontinued the list. But then yesterday morning, I received a call from the court, and they said that they now would like for me to develop an updated list, which means that I'll go back to the role that I used to have. But the difference is, instead of limiting people to just Los Angeles, it can be anywhere and doesn't even have to be in the state. And so that means that I am optimistic that we will get more people coming to the training probably in March, at least in February. My wife and I are aware that January and December have always been difficult. As a matter of fact, November and December and January have been difficult in the past because of the holidays.
Okay, that's great. In fact, I also see that email which you mentioned, the email which you had written, like call from the studio code. So that's good news. So welcome back, Melissa. Welcome back, Valerie. Welcome back, Valencia, and I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Valencia Callahan. Okay. So
okay, well,
go with the.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we'll go with the flow. So we are at the wheels, the negative wheel and the positive wheel. We finished one example of that.
So I'll take example number 2. And again, I'd like for you to feel comfortable asking me any questions about these in the book, because each one were handled by me personally. And so that is just like you could see when Valencia explains, she does it from her perspective. That's fine. And so that I can do the same thing. I can tell you anything you want to know about the individual. And so that in the next one, it's an interesting story. So I'll be very honest with you. This particular woman is an African-American woman, and she is actually a immigration officer. So the example, situation, I was waiting for a parking space in a shopping mall. Another car drove in and took my space. I displaced my service revolver. He called the police on me, and I was arrested. Who's responding? Who was that? Is that
that's Valencia. I mean, she's just giving an affirmation. That's as in.
That's right. That's fine. But anyway, Valencia, you know where it was? It was in Culver City, on Sabota.
Wow.
Okay. She said, police, the other driver was wrong, and that's that. Feelings, I was outraged. Cost of anger, I was placed on probation from my job as an immigration officer, and I have to attend 26 sessions here in anger management. Now, this is for all of you. What should I tell myself about this lady when she says the other driver was wrong and that's that? How does it tell me that she's going to behave in the class? Is she going to be a good student, or is she going to be a problem?
Disruptive.
Disruptive.
Kind of hostile.
Yeah.
Yeah. And not owning up her behavior.
Okay.
Shifting the blame.
Yeah. Okay. And so let's go through this. So start again with hostility, and anyone can be comfortable picking out anything. You don't have to be right. We're just learning.
Yeah.
So 1 or 2, what do you see? Anybody?
Can I give it a try? I want to say intimidation and rage.
Yes,
when
both.
she pulled out her service revolver to intimidate the other person out of rage.
Whoa. Okay. And so that, what about hostility, avoidance, interruption, or manipulation? Anyone?
I think avoidance. She's definitely avoiding her part in what's going on.
Absolutely. Anything else? Valencia, what do you see?
I would say inattention, because she's definitely not thinking about the consequences with her job.
I'm glad you did that. You said that because I would like to share with you guys what I did. Is that right away, I knew it. I'm going to have a problem with this lady. Yeah. So that near the end of the class, I says, ma'am, would you stay back? This is our first meeting, remember? Our first meeting. So I should stay back. Right. So after everyone left, I said, let me share something with you. I says, I have to send a report to the court, a progress report. And so I went and I showed her a sample of a progress report. And I said, it doesn't matter to me whether you want to be here or not. It does matter to me how you respond and behave while you're here. It's just whether you think this is fair or not. If your participation is not really wholehearted, I'm going to include that in my report. And I said, in my opinion, if you get a bad report from the court, I believe you're going to lose your job.
That's correct.
That's exactly what I believe, but I'm just showing you that the material is useful. So it's not just something that we just do. So I didn't have any trouble with that lady.
Right.
Because I made it very clear in this group, not going to work out for you. So back to the positive wheel with the same lady. What do we see that she needs to develop skills in on page number 10?
I'll let them answer. Okay.
Seeking compromise for sure. She's not seeing, any other side of the other driver's implication in all of this.
Is there anybody who has parking spaces reserved when you go to a shopping mall?
No.
I think I'm a big shot, and I never had anybody reserve a space for me. In fact, what I do, because I'm 85, I park as far away as I can from the elevator because I need to walk.
Oh, wow. That's smart. Yeah. Hey, George, this situation actually happened to me at Del Amo Mall during the Christmas time. I was parking, a car was pulling out. So I came into the aisleway first. And when the car pulled out, I was going to pull in, and another lady zoomed in there in front of me. So I had 2 friends in the car with me. They go, you going to let her do that? I say, absolutely. I had too much to lose over a parking space. So I went around on the other aisle. Someone pulled out, and I was in another parking space within 1 minute.
Wow.
So I didn't like the fact that she did it, but I had to assess the situation and make a decision in that split moment. Do I say something to this lady, or do I keep going? And of course I kept going, because you got to pick and choose your fights. That wasn't a fight.
But you see, this
So,
is what's good because we share this with our group and they see us as human also. And they
right.
see that we believe in what we're teaching and we use it. So here's an example that I have. I was invited by Loma Linda University, which is actually, I believe, not in Riverside, it's in San Bernardino County. So I drove to San Bernardino County and I'm at the hospital and I'm to do some training for doctors, an hour presentation. And so in the parking lot, there was actually a car in front of me, a broken down car, and it was with a couple and a baby. And so I pulled it in. And so the guy, again, in front of me, he got out of his car and he walked back and he said, I was going to get that space. I said, pardon? He said, I was going to get that space. I said, no problem, no problem. And so I went back to my car. I backed out. I backed out of the parking place. Why? I told myself, this guy may not have that much to live for. I don't need to have any problems with him. I have everything that anyone could dream of. And so I went ahead, just like I got me another parking space. But for me, you know how I am. I was excited. So when I went in, I had to tell a story to the doctors. Guess what this happened to me? I used emotional intelligence and it worked.
Right. And you know what's interesting, George? The more you teach this, I mean, you apply it to yourself. Your clients are not just learning, you're learning from it.
That's true.
It's amazing. I love it. I'm doing better in my household, on the job, with my daughter. I mean, it's amazing.
Yeah, it really shows me, is this the hill I want to die on when it comes to these things? And, just to pull back and not engage, not take the bait that's out there so often for us, these are great principles.
I look at it as if you have a tool bag. We're developing ourselves as individuals and we're helping our clients to develop themselves. So if a hammer is the only tool you have in your toolbox, what can you build with a hammer? What do you do with a hammer?
I'm glad you mentioned that. I tell you guys, funny story. My father owned a construction company, and came from a family of 6 boys and 3 girls. And all of my brothers could do anything in the construction industry that you can think about, but me. And so by 11 o'clock each day, my dad said, you better go to college. There ain't no hope. There's no way you're going to make it. I did just that. I didn't care. But in any case, my kids quickly learned that don't ask daddy to do anything because he can't. So the oldest son, Jason, figured it out. He says, Daddy, fix it with your hammer. Because I would become frustrated. I'm going to tear it up anyway. With your hammer.
I said that to say this. This class helps us teach our clients more sophisticated tools to live with other than just a hammer. And that's why I like it. It gives me a lot of sophistication to deal with as well. I'm not limited to just a hammer. So we're able to do an array of amazing things outside of just utilizing a hammer and being aggressive and tearing up some stuff, being disruptive.
Okay. So anything else that we can say on the positive wheel about this particular episode? Okay. So the next example is really an interesting one. It's example number 3, and it's on page number 17. A situation. I was at my doctor's office, which, by the way, was in Beverly Hills. There was a woman talking on a cell phone while blocking me. I waited patiently, and she failed to move. Finally, I got out of my car and knocked on her window. She continued to talk on her phone while waving me away. I smashed her window. He said, police. Naturally, I wanted her to move so that I could leave. Feeling angry. Cost of anger. I'm 72 years old. I find this class great. However, I am embarrassed the way I got here. Past violence? None. Alternative, I could have tried calling the police. Okay. So what can we say about this senior citizen? We've got to be nice to senior citizens now. So look on the page 11. What do you see? Yeah.
I mean, definite controlling.
Okay.
Right. Hostility and rage.
Hostility and what? Rage?
Rage.
Oh, good. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And inattention. Those darn consequences.
Absolutely. Okay. What about avoidance?
Yeah, like the act first, think later.
Okay, this is a good example that I've used with one of my sons, actually. And that is, think clearly about ways that things can be handled that doesn't involve you personally. And so that this is Beverly Hills, and it's a doctor's office. Would it have been better if he went back to the doctor's office and said to the person at the desk, I'm having trouble getting out of the parking lot, would you intervene?
Right. Mm-hmm.
I see somebody's nodding their head. Valerie, what do you think?
Yeah, I agree. You know, rather than just act impulsively, you know, it would definitely have behooved that person to have gone that route. But, it requires some attention, to our awareness, to our feelings there.
Sometimes if the feeling is intense, you need to slow down. So don't have to act. It's not always good to act right then. It may be better to take a time out, an emotional time out. Let me figure out what I should do now. And so that I would have gone to the doctor's office and I would say, would you send someone down or call the parking structure and tell them what to follow them? And they sure would have taken care of it. There's no question about it at all.
Yeah, you have to pick your battles.
Yeah. And George, I tell my clients, if it's possible, just remove yourself from the conflict, get away from it, because it takes two, and then it won't escalate to a high risk situation.
Okay, that's good. Okay, then any other comments on the positive regarding Grandpa? It was really fascinating. I enjoyed working with him. And again, one of the things that he said here was that he enjoyed the class, but he didn't like the way he got there. He would have benefited, he thought, if he had volunteered on his own. But you don't have many people who volunteer to come. Over my years and years of experience, I haven't seen that many volunteers. It's usually brought to the person's attention by someone else.
Right.
And so here's a funny story. Now that it's holiday season, I had a landscape architect who was very well known, worked primarily in Beverly Hills. And he said that he got into an argument with a police officer because one of his trucks was parked and was blocking a part of the street, and they had to put little
cones.
Whatever you call it, cones. And he said, so the policeman wanted to give him a ticket, and he was saying, I can't do this work without having the truck here in order to put the tree, whatever it is, pieces in the truck. And so that he got in an argument, and the policeman gave him a ticket. And when he went to court, the policeman testified against him. He wound up being ordered for anger management. And so that he says to me, this class is so good, people should be lined up around the block to come to this class. I said, I like this. As long as, I told my kids years ago, as long as you have something good to tell dad, always do that. And then I said, it doesn't have to be true. It just has to be good. My son is a troublemaker. He called me at work one day and he says, Daddy, he says, I hate to bother you. I know you're busy, but I have some good news for you. I have one book, which is a facilitator's guide, and it used to sell for like $250. And so he said, somebody called the house by mistake and they bought 1,000 of those books that sell for $250. I said, God damn. He's always just kidding. But back to the other story. And so the guy said to me, you should put out, like they do at Neiman Marcus, what do you get a person who has everything? He says, a gift certificate to Anderson for anger management. And so I did it. And so the way we did it, you guys should try it out. A gift certificate for anger management. It was like a 1-hour class. And it was like an introduction to the client workbook and a chance for the people to get a card, the little card, contrasted wheels of behavior that was theirs, that they could put on their cell phone or whatever and keep. And so that as I was going around the room and the people were introducing themselves, there was a Catholic priest. So when I got the Catholic priest, he said, someone from my congregation thought that I needed anger management. And so they gave me this gift. I thought that was so funny. But in any case, you guys try that. It may work.
We can all benefit from this.
What's that?
Yeah, absolutely. Who you
Yeah,
are.
anybody can benefit. Absolutely. It should be taught in high school.
And it is, as a matter of fact. And so let me tell you that. I'm glad you mentioned that. Because of the pandemic, there is or has been a dramatic increase in almost everything related to managing feelings that one could dream of. And so that for physicians, they call it disruptive behavior. And the Joint Commission played a role in it by coming up with what they call sentinel alerts. And so the sentinel alert was, I think, on the third, well, it was 2023. I don't remember which month it was right now, but it doesn't matter. What they did is ask me if I would write a curriculum directly for physicians to address the issue of disruptive behavior. And disruptive behavior is the same thing as anger management. It's just that they didn't want to use that for physicians. So they define anger management as behavior that occurs in a medical setting that risk, R-I-S-K, patient safety. And so that whenever a doctor is angry in relation to a patient, the patient's not likely to follow through as well as he or she may want to, or interaction with the nurse and a wide range of issues. And so that I actually wrote a book. I don't know if Raj has it.
Yeah, I
control. Yeah, just show them the cover of it. And anyone who's really good and if you think you deserve it and you send me an email and you join LinkedIn, I'll give you a free copy. Do you have a copy of it?
Okay. Yeah. So
I was asking Valencia, she has a copy of it. Practice of Control. Did I give you a copy?
Which one?
Practice of Control.
No, sir, I don't have it, but I'm gonna send you an email. I already have LinkedIn.
Yeah, you're gonna get a copy of it. And so I think that'll be good. But in any case, I don't remember where I was now, but this is a sad one in my experience. Is example number 4. And this is a young girl who was a college student, and she's from the Philippines. And so that here's a story, page number 17. My boyfriend and I were at a club. The security guard got into an argument with my boyfriend, and he threw us out and began beating up on my boyfriend. I was wearing heels, so I spiked the guard with my shoes. It turned out that he was an off-duty police officer who arrested me. I was given anger management. Police. I thought the officer's action was wrong. He seemed too impressed with his power. Feelings. I was furious. Cost of anger. I got arrested. I had to hire a lawyer and attend this class. Past violence, none. Alternatives, probably none. What happened is she actually, her parents paid $6,000 for an attorney. And she still had to come to anger management. So back to the wheel. What do we see in terms of the negative wheel on this young lady? Valencia? Not
Oh,
Valencia.
okay. I was waiting for the.
Valerie, sorry, Valerie this time.
Okay.
Valerie? She can't.
Inattention, maybe?
Which inattention? That's one. Okay, then. Anyone else? Valencia?
Yeah, I would say definitely hostility, rage. Also, I would say interrupting because that really wasn't her fight. So she was trying to change the natural sequence, trying to get the officer to stop beating up on her boy, took her shoe off and start pounding him.
Okay, anything
So,
that you
controlling.
Okay. Anyone want to add anything? So let me ask a different kind of question. Can you see if you are repeating? Keep in mind, every time you have a new member in the group, you're going to go through this, and periodically, you as the facilitator can review this at any point you want. And so that workbook is designed so that you got way more information than you need, but you can use it as you find necessary, as opposed to having some rigid rule. It's a lot different if you're teaching math or science, in which you cannot have multiplication, for example, until you master adding and subtraction. But this is not like that. And so that, you can experiment with ways of covering the material. As long as you remember, you have to stay with the material that's in the client workbook. You don't deal with anything else. You don't try to write your own curriculum and expect it to have a useful outcome. Okay, so then we'll go to the positive wheel. What could she have done differently that may have avoided her even being arrested?
Right.
Roz, do you see anything she could have done that would have avoided this maybe?
Probably she could have stated her need on, if you look at the positive wheel, instead of going as a physical abuse, instead of using her heel, she could have stated her need.
Absolutely. Okay. One that I like is focusing on the specific. I wonder what if she had used assertive communication to say, officer, could you give us another chance? Could you give us another chance?
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
With respect. She's definitely missing the respect piece.
Well, let me tell you guys a funny story. It's my favorite. I tell a story as often as I can. I like the speed. And I speed every time I get in my car. I can't wait. Unfortunately, he didn't cut me off, did he?
No, you're on.
There's a section of Los Angeles. It's between Pico and National. It's called Sawtell. And there is a near National, there's a junior high, and near Pico is a preschool. And so I'm speeding, and there is an officer on a motorcycle, and he has a speed gun and is turned on me. And so that since I know I'm speeding and I see the speed gun in his hand, I don't wait for him to come chase me. I just pull over and stop. So he walks up to the window. I let the window down. He holds the speed gun. He says, "You can see yourself. You're driving 57 in a 25-mile zone." This is what I did. I leaned up to the window. I said, "Officer, I have no excuse whatsoever. I just like to drive fast." What did he do? He laughed. He just laughed. He says, "Slow down." He says, "You can see there's a preschool there and there's a high school, junior high school here." And so I just extended my hand. I shook his hand. If you think I stopped speeding, you're just wrong. But I know about emotional intelligence.
Right.
So next time, there's another guy, young guy. He had a speed gun, same thing on a motorcycle, comes up to the car, and his hand is shaking just like that. What should I tell myself, Valerie, about this guy? His hand is shaking.
Yeah, he's uncertain.
And so what should I do?
Neutralize the situation.
Neutralize the situation. I'm going to have this guy calm down, right?
Yeah.
First of all, what I'm doing is that I'm recognizing what I think he must feel, something, and it's not good.
Right.
So what I
Focus
did is,
on that.
so listen at this. I leaned up, and he says, "You can see how fast you're going." And I said to him, "Officer, I have no excuse whatsoever. Whatever I was speeding and whatever the consequences are, I deserve it." Did I get a ticket?
No.
Why would I get a ticket? I'm a good guy. And so he says, "Slow down." I shook his hand. If you think does I only have two examples? Nah. So I'm driving to see grandma, and she's in San Jose, California. So that I usually get off the freeway at Button Willow. Button Willow is near Bakersfield, because they have food that's grown in Bakersfield area, fresh. And they also, and same thing with vegetables, everything is grown in the community. And they have cheap gas. And so that I didn't make the stop. I got off the freeway and supposed to stop and then go ahead, and I just went on. So I could see the highway patrolman behind me. Keep that in mind, is that I always move quickly. I don't wait till you get me. If I see you're going to get me, I respond. So I pulled over and stopped before he put his lights on. So he came up and he said, "Do you know why I stopped you?" And I said, "I think so." And he says, "Why?" I said, "Because I did not make a complete stop." He says, "Why didn't you make a complete stop?" I says, "I come this way a lot." And I says, "I couldn't decide. Should I get the gas first or should I eat first?" And I said, I tell the truth. And so that he goes back to his car to check me out or whatever they do. He comes back and he says, "Talk me out of giving you a ticket." Why do people pick me up? Talk me out of giving me a ticket. I said, "Well, first of all, I didn't try to get out of it. I was very honest with you. Besides, I says, I work for you guys." He says, "You do?" And I said, "Yes." He says, "What do you do?" I says, "I have a contract with the Highway Patrol to provide anger management for law enforcement." And he says, "What?" And by that time, the second car pulled up. He said, "Would you tell my partner what you do?" And I said, "I specialize in anger management. And I have a contract to provide anger management." And I says, "Most of the people come from around Magic Mountain." I said, "But that's what I do." And they said, "Slow down, sir, and take care of yourself," or something like that. And that was the end of it. And so I can't wait. I'm not going to be able to speed today because I can't see well. So I don't drive at night anymore, and it would be too dark. I can't wait until Sunday. Plus, I have a Tesla, and those cars are like airplanes. It's like, and I'm drag racing every chance I get. Anyway, which page are we on next, Valencia?
Okay, so you did the examples.
Not all of them.
No, we
Example
are on
5.
number 5. Okay. So I was jaywalking in downtown Los Angeles, and a policeman tried to give me a ticket. So I threw a Coke in his face. The belief, I wanted him to focus on more important crime and leave me alone. Feelings, I felt pissed to the max. I was so angry I couldn't think straight. Jaywalking is no big deal. Cost of anger, I lost my license as a registered nurse. I lost my job. I was placed in jail for 4 months, and I have to attend 52 weeks of anger management. Past violence, I have been surrounded by violence all of my life. My father was an abusive alcoholic. My family was dysfunctional, and I had 3 bad marriages. Alternative, nothing. Wow. Okay, so let's go back to the folks of the wheel, and let's just identify.
Before we do that, though, let me give you some more information about her. First of all, I fell in love with this lady right there. Because she has character. But she's not boring. So anyway, what happened is we had never had, this was a long time ago, we had never had anyone for a year, even though that I knew that that was possible. And so my daughter was with me at that time. And so my daughter had answered the phone, and she says, ma'am, she says, are you sure it's anger management? Because domestic violence is a year, and it could have been domestic violence. And the lady says, I'm sure. Right. She says to me, Dad, would you take this call? And I said, sure. And so I said, would you look at the minute order, what you have in front of you? And she did. And she read that part to me, and I said, okay. And so I gave her the appointment. But in the meantime, when I met with her, I said, can you give me just a little bit more information? So she says, I came to Los Angeles as a result of being dismissed from a number of jobs as a nurse. And so I have done well in Los Angeles for a year, and I decided to give myself a treat by going to New York. So people familiar with New York says to me, if you want to go to any plays on Broadway, it's best to get your ticket in LA, because otherwise you're not going to get a good seat and it's going to cost more. She says, so that's what I did. So she said, I was supposed to leave the day that I got the ticket. And she says, on the night before, a Friday night, I got a call, and it was from my son, 11 o'clock. And he said, Mom, Daddy kicked me out. And he says, I have to come to live with you. And she says, all I have is an efficiency apartment. That's all I have. And so I went down to see if I could get my money back. And I was jaywalking between 5th and 6th on Main Street, which is a real dangerous place. And the reason the officer was out there is because 1 or 2 people had been hit by cars trying to jaywalk on that street in that block. And so that was what behind the story. So with that information now, take a look at page number 17. Tell me what my buddy could have done, and we'll get to that later. But tell me what was observed, at least on the negative field.
A lot of rage, you know, making it impossible to think clearly, not thinking clearly there.
If Valencia or I had thrown a Coke in a police space, would we be now?
No, you'd be definitely underneath the jail cell. You would be beat up.
You didn't hear what I said? I said heaven. I said heaven.
Yeah. So definitely inattention. He was not thinking about the consequences at all.
Okay.
And manipulation, trying to convince others, you know. persuade other people that, don't this way is my way is right.
It's how you handle it. Yeah.
I'm justified. Yeah. Rationalizing it all the way out, as irrational as it is.
The thing that this particular one brings up all the time is that she really did have a lot of options because the police didn't do it. He didn't say to her, I'm going to give you a ticket. All he said, because he went to court on this one, so I know all the details. And what he says is just what information I gave you in terms of why he was there in the first place. And so that jaywalking is no big deal. But couldn't she have taken some action? And if so, what could she have done on page number 7 on CAMF? What could she have done? All he said, by the way, to her was, lady, to get her attention. That's all he said. And she walked over, boom.
Active listening for one. She should have just listened to him.
That's exactly right.
Seeking compromise and even rephrasing her communication means.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And speaking in an assertive style of communication instead of aggressive and violence.
Absolutely. What I do is I tend to speak more softly by design because I want the person to hear me. And so if the volume is lower, they're likely, one, I think it calms the other person down too. I'm not sure of that. But if I'm calm, my chances of calm increases accordingly. Okay. So we have assertiveness, we have active listening. And could she have stated her needs and said to him, everything in the world has gone wrong for me. Let me tell you what this, you know what I mean? Please give him a plea and ask for a compromise. Could you just give me a warning?
Absolutely.
Okay. So let me tell you on this story. It's just like Valencia is saying, we should really practice what we are trying to get others to do.
Mm-hmm.
So what I did, this was one of the best clients that I ever had. She really took it serious. And again, I had her for a whole year. And so, and she did spend time in jail. So what I did is I called the judge. And the judge was on the bench. And I told his clerk to tell him that George Anderson is calling. And when he comes off the bench, I'd like for him to call me. That's assertive, is it? Sure enough, the judge called me. And I said, Jan, I hate to bother you, but I'll go very fast. I said, you referred me a client, and she's done exceptionally well. And it's the best client that I've ever had. And what I did is that I have written a letter to the nursing board asking if they would reinstate her sooner based on how well she has handled the responsibilities that are important in terms of making changes. Would you be willing to intervene and send a letter also to the nursing board? He says, Anderson, I really, really respect you and the work that you do. And he says, yes. And by the way, she owes me a fine of $500. I will forgive her fine. Is that emotional intelligence in action?
Now, what did he say? He said she owed him $500. And what did you say after that?
A fine. And he says, I will forgive her.
Oh, waive it.
He wiped it out.
Yes. Okay.
So that, but then I let other people know this is the way it works. If there's any way that I can be useful, and Hyro's the same way. What Hyro did, Hyro's a person who had worked for me for 23 years, and so he still does some work for me from time to time. So Hyro, without even asking me, because he knew I would say yes, decided that anyone who has completed the program and 6 months later or something like that is going through a rough time, calls them and says, can I come back for a few sessions for free? The answer is yes.
Right.
That was not my idea. It was his idea. Well, why can't we extend ourselves like that?
We can. I do that. I've had clients that I allowed them to come back, just like a tune-up.
Yeah.
Maintenance.
Yeah, maintenance. Yes.
I've been on the receiving end of that as well. And it has really been dramatic in the difference, you know, of my perspective moving forward through a tough situation. I've also had past professionals write letters for me. I did spend some time in dealing with some criminal court things a long time ago. But it did prove so beneficial and caused me to really want to continue moving forward, you know? So it works both ways. And I ended up going back for additional therapy and additional counseling and paying for that.
This is really useful. Any questions or comments on anything that's happened today? In fact, I'd like feedback from each of you in terms of what are your thoughts in general about this particular approach to anger management? Is it making sense?
Mm-hmm.
So what are you going to change? What are you going to recommend different, Valencia?
What do you mean?
Should we continue to teach this model the way we're teaching this model?
Oh, absolutely. I like it. But one thing I think we have not covered yet, George, is finding the right people for a group. You know, like when you first come in and you orientate, I mean, the desired, you know, you have various personality types and you have some people who can sabotage a group. So you really have to assess and screen them to see if they need to be excluded or if they are appropriate for outpatient anger management. Let's talk about narcissistics. How would a narcissistic person do in a group?
Just a second, because that's very important.
Yeah, very important, because I've experienced that. Some people, because if they're experiencing depression, you know, it's not mental health therapy, it's psychoeducational. So a depressed person is not going to engage that much, and you have to really participate in this group. So you really have to interview your clients and see if they need to be included or excluded in this type of group. You can't have suicide clients, you know, paranoid client. Go ahead. Yes.
You're hitting on it, and so that Raj, can you pull this one up, the facilitator's guide? Do you have that?
Yeah, the facilitator's guide. I'll just bring that up.
Page number 11.
Okay.
Okay, page number 11, and just put it on the screen. And so while he's doing that, the thing that each of you should know is that just because you get a referral from the court does not mean that you have to accept the client. It's for you to determine whether or not the client is appropriate. The important thing is that you have to give feedback to the court in terms of why you are rejecting the client. And so that I'll give you an example. I accepted a young guy who had been a student at Claremont colleges. Claremont colleges is very prestigious. I think it's in either Riverside or San Bernardino. I don't remember which one, but it's very prestigious. That's it right there. Hold it. And so this particular client explained to me that he was out of school. And when I met with him individually, I says, on what basis? And in a nutshell, it was the school doctor or something like that that had decided that he take some time out. Well, the details are the person was schizophrenic and he was on medication. And so that I usually go around the room as I am doing what you guys asked different people to read. I asked him to read, and I says, can you relate to anything you just read? And whatever he said didn't make any sense. He did that twice, and then I immediately said to the group in a calm way, listen, guys, we're going to end early tonight. I'm going to spend some time with John. I see you guys next week. And I let everyone go but him. So then I said to him, tell me the medication that you're on. He told me. And so I recognized right away that it was actually a medication that's used for people who are psychotic. So then I said, okay, you do not have to come back, and I'm going to send the judge a letter. And in the letter, I'll explain to the judge that it's better that you're not mandated, and chances are you won't have to come to any group at all. But I just would like to have your mom's number. While you're here, I'd like to call your mom. So I did. I called his mom. What I said is, this group is not appropriate for your son. Therefore, I'm sending a letter to the court, and he will be excused from this group. And I will recommend to the judge that he is evaluated by county mental health, and that the judge follows the recommendation of the treating physician. Does everyone see exactly what I did? I didn't just kick him out. I told the judge what to do, didn't I?
Yeah.
Yes.
And that's what the judges asked me. They said, we're lawyers. Don't kick the person out until you tell us what to do, because we don't know what to do. Okay. Now, if you look at this page, it tells you the following categories of clients should be excluded from outpatient anger groups, because this is not counseling or psychotherapy. Even if you are a counselor or psychotherapist, as I am, not in this group, that's not what we do here. One is paranoid clients. And so then you have Valencia's favorite, extremely narcissistic clients. So as an example, can you imagine Donald Trump in a group?
Yeah, they're gonna hijack. They're gonna hijack the whole thing.
Or even my former neighbor, O.J. Simpson, would he have made it in a group?
Oh no.
Oh no. Same thing, right? And so a sad story. Hypochondriacal clients will be talking all the time about some ailment that they're having, so they would monopolize the whole group. So that's not appropriate. It doesn't mean that they shouldn't be in anger management, but they should be in anger management at a facility that treats that disorder. And so that if you're in a psychiatric hospital, you can do this. Or if you are in an alcohol treatment program and it's inpatient,
like a dual diagnosis.
There you go. But not for what we have here, not in this anger management. So the next one is suicidal clients. And so that one of Valerie's co-workers at the probation office was trained by me, and he decided to use the fact that he was learning to be a marriage counselor to see a client who was psychotic. So this is what happened. A father called him and said, I have a son who is 20 years old, and he's psychotic, and he's on medication, but he's been mandated for anger management. Is this a kind of person that you can see? And he said, yes. So in his first meeting, when he was reading his control log, everyone laughed at him because he's crazy. And so the second meeting, everyone laughed at him. And after the second meeting, he went home, and in his parents' garage here in LA County, he blew his brains out. So the judge called me and he said, Anderson, tell me this is not one of our clients. I said, no. I said, this is a person who took it on his own to do something contrary. And so again, that's why I have books on everything in relation to what we do. And so that, he made a mistake. And so that he wound up losing big time.
Yeah.
So any other hard questions like that? Let me ask Raj a question. Of all the goodies that you sent them, Raj, can they access this on their own?
Yes, I mean, everybody has access to this.
You guys ought to send me some money because I gave you more than you Impossible. Imagine. And shucks, if you don't make it and I can find out your location, I'm going to have your house burned down. Okay, where do we go next?
A break.
A break. That's good. I like that. This time you guys can have 15 minutes. I realize I cheat a lot.
Okay. All right.
Okay, we'll see you guys in 15 minutes. Thank you all.
Yes. Hello?
Somebody calling George Anderson?
Yeah.
Am I late? My goodness. I was watching television. Let me turn it off. Okay. Where are we in terms of our examples? Go ahead.
We completed number 5. We're on number 6.
Okay, here's the deal. We don't really have to do these. It's just that I wanted to spend enough time so that those who haven't used the material would understand how detailed we really are. So here's a question that you can help me with, is that why don't we take a look at page number 19 and let us know how you would introduce communication skills to your group.
Okay, so I will let them know communication is one of the components that we use in anger management. Communication is key. That's how we engage with everyone, verbally and non-verbally. And some people have various styles of communication. So this here help them identify their style of communication, whether it's passive, passive-aggressive, assertive. It just gives them a guide to determine what style of communicator they are and how to recognize the style of communication in another person. So I would ask them, what is communication, as you see the question there. And then we give them the definition of what communication is. And we all know communication is more than just verbally speaking. You really have to listen. And a lot of people problem is they interrupt people a lot when they are talking. So I asked them to be honest with themselves and how many people respect others and listen to them, even if you don't agree. So they'll raise their hand. I do that a lot. I interrupt because I don't agree with what they're saying. So I let them know how they can benefit from this particular chapter, because good communication skills require listening as well, not just verbally speaking. So that's pretty much how I introduce it. And then I asked for a reader, George, you know, if someone would consider can I have a volunteer now? Would someone consider reading page 19?
I'll read.
Thank you.
Part 1, communication skills. What is communication? Communication defined. At its root, communication is about clearly and respectfully articulating our needs and caring enough to listen to and understand the needs of others. Just as stress underlies all anger, stress also underlies most communication, whether it is in the internal dialogue we have with ourselves or the interactions we have with others. Without good communication skills, we cannot have healthy or productive relationships with ourselves or others. The 2 sets of communication abilities. Number 1, ability to hear the other person, receiving active listening. And number 2, ability to articulate messages accurately, speaking clearly. One of the primary goals of gaining control of ourselves is to learn, develop, and master the skills of assertive communication. Good communication skills take patience and time to acquire. We encourage participants to use all of their newly learned skills in developing positive, healthy relationships.
Right. So after we go over that page, then, you know, you can just have them, what type of communicator are you? Do you allow the person to say to you whatever they're speaking to you about and you're just silent and you listen, or do you interrupt? And we could ask ourselves that, you know, what style, you can identify what style of communicator you are even as we go through this training. because you have to model that for them. Sometimes, and I have to catch myself, even as facilitators, I find myself just wanting to jump in and say something, but no, one of my clients is speaking, so I have to wait until they're done and then interject. So this part is very helpful for me, right? Okay. And then after we go through this particular page, then once we turn it over, we continue to elaborate about how do we communicate with others, improving communication with others. How do we improve communication with other people? You don't even have to look at the book, just in general. How do we improve communication with other people?
I think a lot of listening, a lot of patience, a lot of pausing, restating what you hear, to make sure that they understand you're listening and taking in, their perspective and their point.
So instead of interrupting them, what can you do to show them that, you know what, I am actively listening to you. I hear what you're saying without interrupting them. What do you do as a person?
The facial features, nodding, eye contact is so important.
All the nonverbal cues, absolutely. Okay, anyone else would like to elaborate?
I would like to ask you whether or not you use our video called styles of communication. And I'd like to ask Rob, is that one that we have that we can show?
Okay, look, can we show that, George? I need that.
Okay. Raj,
okay.
Can you see styles of communication?
Okay, sure. The 4 styles of communication, right? So let me bring that on the screen. So
yeah, and that's when I introduced George the communication vocabulary and the different styles and help them identify what style of communicator they are.
Okay, so let me bring that on the screen. Let me skip that. Could you go?
The 4 components of an anger management program includes anger management, stress management, emotional intelligence, and communication. I would like to explain the 4 styles of communication. They are assertive communication, passive communication, passive-aggressive communication, and aggressive communication. Of those 4 styles of communication, the one style of communication that is absolutely necessary for positive communication is assertive communication. The assertive communicator explains to the listener what he wants, what he needs, in a way that is sensitive to the feelings of the person who you're requesting aid from. Aggressive communication is always negative. It may be fine in terms of a debate, or it may be fine in terms of a fight, but it's destructive. No one can expect to gain very much by using aggressive communication. The passive communicator does not clearly state what he or she needs or wants. It's depressing to interact with a passive communicator because they also tend to lack self-confidence. The passive-aggressive communicator is usually a person who is academically, or in terms of IQ, very smart. And so what they do is they appear to be positive, while at the same time the comments that they make are destructive, demeaning, and hurtful to the listener. In summary, the style of communication that is the focus of anger management programs, as well as skill enhancement and emotional intelligence, is assertive communication, because both parties can expect a win-win situation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, back to Raj.
Yeah.
Is it possible for you to go to Yono Mas?
Oh, yeah.
And remember, we want to start off with no sound.
Okay, sure.
What I'm trying to do for those of you who are listening is demonstrate for you is that you have way more information than you need in order to have an effective class, because you can use for free the video library that we have. In the old days, you would have had to buy those videos, which were costing quite a bit. It's YANOMAS.
Yeah, I found that. I'm just sharing it. So let me
Pull it
maybe.
up. I can tell you which one it is. Oh, yeah, that's good. Let it go for a little bit, and I'll tell you.
Okay. I'll skip this titles.
Yeah,
So,
just let it go. I can pick it out as you get once you get there. I can tell you.
okay.
That's the one right there. And I don't want any sound.
Yeah, there's no sound.
Okay, good. Everybody to watch because it's very short. That's the mother. Watch the window. That's the husband. Pay attention to his style of communication. Her style of communication also. Her style of communication. Mom again. She and the kids are going to her mother's house. Notice that the baby is with them now. This is grandma. Watch grandma's style of communication. This is a little girl. She's 11 years old. Styles of communication. The mom is sitting right behind grandma. You can't say her. Watch the little girl's face. Okay, stop it. Valencia, had you seen that before?
Yes, sir.
And do you have that? Have you been using it?
I had it. I purchased all them back in the day, but my videos, my CDs was in the car, and it was 100 and something degrees, and they got messed up.
Doesn't
So
matter
I need.
because you have even more now, and you don't have to pay anything.
Okay,
Well,
yes, I
he
need.
sent the link to him, so you got it made. But okay, I'd
Okay.
like for all of you to engage. Where's Melissa? Melissa, I'm looking dead at you right now. And so I want you to tell me something, Melissa. Start at the very beginning when this dad came in the house. Imagine for me and tell us, what do you think he said to his wife?
it seemed like he's really abusive, and the kids already know. That's why they went and under the bed. So I'm
Because of
guessing he comes. So I'm guessing he comes in here yelling
yeah,
at the
he's
mom.
called a shithead. That's the clinical term. Keep going. Okay, and so stick with that guy. What do you think he said to his wife? What was he looking for? What did he want?
Just like, I don't know.
The money. She went
Money.
into
Yeah, where's the
her
money,
car.
or
She gave him the money, right? So he said
Mhm.
to her, "Where is the money?" He said, "Everything in this house belongs to me. If you hide from me again, I'm gonna beat you." And he hit her anyway. And so, okay. And so when they go to grandma's house, what style of communication did mom use? Passive, aggressive, passive aggressive, or assertive?
I think a little more passive aggressive. The
Always
grandmother was very passive.
okay. It was passive or passive aggressive?
I believe that the mother was passive aggressive in that clip. I think
This
prior
little
to that
girl's
she
mom.
was
Oh, okay, this little girl's mom was passive aggressive, or grandma?
correct. The little girl's mom.
Okay, okay then. Let's take then grandma. What was
And
grandma's out of communication?
I believe passive aggressive, just kind of letting it
Absolutely.
slide.
Yeah, let me tell you what happened. Mom says, "Mom, my husband does not work. He uses drugs and alcohol. He beats me. He beats the kids. He takes the money that I earn from ironing clothes for neighbors. Can we come and live with you?" What do you think grandma said?
Probably that's not, I would imagine, not culturally, that's not acceptable, that she needs to stick it out and stick with her husband.
Yeah. Hmm?
That is
Yeah.
basically the case. And but what style of communication did she use? Passive aggressive. Somebody said, okay, so that's would be passive aggressive. That's good. Okay, so let me tell you what grandma said. No, if you want to be a good mother and wife, you have to stay with your husband. Maybe someday he might change. So now the little girl, she may have had more than one style of communication. What was her style of communication when okay, what was her style of communication when she was standing, rocking the baby, and looking at grandma?
Hmm.
I mean, I think it was passive aggressive, but a little aggressive. She looked like she had daggers in her eyes.
Absolutely.
Like she was upset.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Bullshit, grandma. It ain't gonna happen to me.
Right.
Okay. What do we have next? Valencia.
Okay. So then that's improving communication style with others. And when you lack communication, that's the root of many problems. You can expect a lot of things to happen. So poor communication skills can lead to issues such as hurt feelings, misunderstanding, which is what we just saw in the video, missed deadlines, and unsuccessful connections. Their connection was very unsuccessful. He asked her for the money. He looked up top where they keep it. It wasn't there. Then he took it out of her bra, right? No communication. He just forcefully took it, and then he slapped her. Negative engagement. So healthy communication in the broadest form is important in developing positive, healthy relationship between family members. He could have just came in and asked her, but he didn't do that. He strong armed her and took it and then he physically abused her. So that right, huh?
I said yes. I'm disagreeing with you. Yes.
Right. So that right there is the root of many trouble because they lack poor communication style. Okay. And then at the bottom, you have the vocabulary for the various styles of communication. So this is where I asked them to read it out loud, and I asked them to, peruse it, go over it, and identify what style of communicator you think you are. What do your family or people that know you say about you and your style of communication? So it's very interesting because some of them are in denial and some of them tell the truth. You get a variation. So, but it's very helpful in just, a person learning what style of communicator they are.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. And then on the other page is some statistics. If I can get a reader, please, for page 21.
Yeah. So number 1, communication is 90% nonverbal and 10% verbal. 2, words are instruments of power. 3, the purpose of communication is as much to conceal thought as it is to reveal it. Too often we listen only to ourselves or fail to be aware of our stressors and related feelings. With others, we fail to recognize the important verbal and nonverbal signs that people are sharing about how they feel and what they need. When this happens, no one is heard, communication breaks down, assumptions are made, worst, our needs and the needs of our family or colleagues go unmet, and we all fail to perform at optimal levels.
So what do you think about the stats where it says communication is 90% nonverbal and 10% verbal? Some pretty high stats for nonverbal.
Yes.
Right. Okay. So let's go back up to the top where it says Edward T. Hall. He's an anthropologist and he's done extensive research on nonverbal communication. So even in a video, you can look back at either one of those videos and see how much was nonverbal communication. He pointed out the daughter, how she looked at the grandmother. She didn't verbally say anything, but when you looked at her nonverbal expression, you know what she wanted to say. You know what she was communicating to the grandmother. Okay. Mm-hmm. So just be the top, please.
Where it says human beings?
Yeah, Edward T. Hall.
Yeah.
And then human beings, yes.
Yeah, human beings live in a single world of communication, but divide the world into 2 parts, words and behavior, verbal and nonverbal. Words represent perhaps 10% of the total, while behavior, the other 90%. The words used in communication representing 10% of the total emphasize the
unidirectional.
It's just that the text is like separated, so I don't know if I'm directional. Aspects of communication, while behavior, the other 90%, stresses feedback on how people are feeling, ways of avoiding confrontation, and the inherent logic that is the birthright of all people. Words are the medium which in the final analysis deal in power, so that words become instruments of power. The nonverbal behavioral part of communication is the provenance of the common man and the core culture that guides his or her life.
Right. So that's why it's important to enhance and build communication, because when you do have poor communication, you resort to assault and being physical with one another. But if if communication is your strength, you can actually sit down, rationalize, respect each other, and communicate effectively to produce a more positive outcome. Right? People who have lack of communication, they can't verbalize their feelings. I'm just going to take what I want. I'm going to assault you. This is what I know, so this is what I do. So that's why communication has to be enhanced. And if it's a weakness, then we have to enhance to make it a strength of our clients, because if they have poor communication, they are going to continue to be assaultive, be aggressive, and have high risk situation, and someone can hurt really bad. Hello?
I can hear you off and on.
Yeah,
So
you
Rob,
yeah,
Can
you
you
were
guys?
cutting in and out, Valencia.
Yeah, the audio is cutting in and out.
Okay, so it improves interpersonal relationships, friends, couple, coworkers, whatever arena or setting that you're in. It's very important.
You know,
Anyone?
I was in therapy, if I could like interject a little. And it was a light bulb moment for me when my therapist told me that you know, this is learned behavior. You know,
yeah,
It
like
is.
I grew up learning this, and so it made it not that it's okay, it's not acceptable, but you know, having the awareness to try to correct that now because it's learned behavior. We were learning these styles of communication or lack of communication our whole life, even when we weren't typically, you know, we
Yeah.
weren't even aware of it as an adolescent. And that
But
really made sense to me. That really resonated.
it can be unlearned, and you can learn something new if it's learned behavior. Right. So
great.
now that you've gone through therapy and she's introduced to you how you can rewire yourself and learn new styles, has that worked for you?
Oh yeah, absolutely. It took a little bit of, you know, the baggage off of the ownership that I had for these negative, destructive things that had happened in the past, you know, not wiping
Right.
them under the rug, but not sweeping them under the rug, but you know, learning to learn from them and how to grow and be better moving forward. And you know, these were things we learned. We didn't have so much of a choice in that growing up when we were
So
younger.
who was angry in your household? Who did you see model that kind of behavior?
So my dad was angry and my mom was very passive. She didn't want to, she avoided confrontation at all costs. And I find myself, I've realized that I've done that in the past and have had unsuccessful communication.
So which one did you identify with, mom or dad?
Mom.
Okay. All right. Okay. So yeah, so if it's learned behavior, if you did learn that growing up, once you become aware and someone introduce it to you, you can actually reverse it if you have a strong desire to do so. You can rewire yourself so that you won't continue that cycle and pass it on. I don't know if you are a parent, but you don't want to pass that down to your children as well. So you can break that. You can break that cycle by rewiring yourself and developing a different style of communication so that you won't pass it on or so you won't have issues in interpersonal relationships with people. Absolutely.
So here's a question that I would like to ask, and this is again of Valencia. What do you do
Yeah.
for patients like 22 and 23 and 24? Do you give
Okay.
assignments for them to take home?
Yeah, so this is the self-assessment, understanding and dealing with feelings. This determine you rate yourself. Do you feel you're immature or immature as a style of communication and understanding your feelings? So I've done this take home, George, and I've done this in class. So we would take time out and then they would just list 3 feelings you have a hard time identifying in yourself. Not what other people say about you, but how you view your own self. You list 3 feelings you have a hard time identifying in yourself. Let's think about it in a moment. Just go ahead and think about 3 feelings that you really have a hard time identifying. So that's what you would ask your clients. You give them time to think about it, and then they can write it down. If you're doing it in class session, after everyone completed, then you come back together and then you share and discuss it. Because you can learn from other people, and then it help you be aware of your own feelings and emotions. So what's the one feeling you have difficulty communicating to others? Someone share. What's one feeling you have difficulty communicating to others?
Ability to state needs clearly.
There you go. Why do we assume people need to know what our feelings are and what we're thinking? And we get angry and upset because they can't anticipate it before we tell them.
Yeah, for me, now I'm getting better, but before it was just like I was expecting people to know what I wanted, and
Right.
it was just like an expectation that I had from people, but it's like people are not mind readers, so you have to like actually like tell them, you know, I feel this way, or and I
Very,
need my space, or use the I message, you know, like I feel
ab-
this way, and but it's being better.
absolutely. So that's great. So that's what you would help your clients with, just like that was something you needed help in that area, the same as me. As I teach this, I identify things about me, and it is amazing. I love it. Right? So it's going to be
Mhm.
the same. You're going to experience that and share that as well. But it's just a self assessment, how to understand and deal with your feelings. So you can continue on this page. What do you want to change in the way that you deal with your feelings? And then what do you see a good communication skills that help you express your feelings? Let's answer that one. What do you see as a good communication skill that help you express your feelings? Let's take a shot at that one.
Are we on the same page?
22
22. Okay.
at the bottom, number 5. It's the self-assessment.
Okay.
So you're just helping your clients assess their emotions and their feelings.
Well, I think especially in our role is acknowledging their feelings is valid. And
you have to
you know, yeah.
And you can't tell them, no, you shouldn't feel that way. Because if you have something to present to someone, you got to give it in a way they'll accept it. Your experience is not theirs. So you can't tell them it's not valid, right? So you have to be able to validate what your clients are feeling. But if they're off, just like George say, some clients it is not a reality, then of course you have to explain to them and help them understand what the real is. Because you could tell if a person is off with their thought process. Right? And that's what we were speaking about earlier, if someone was not appropriate for group. So in this situation, yeah, you give them a chance to share with you and express their feelings. Okay, any questions about page 22 with the self-assessment? Okay, so on page 23, so after you complete 22 and you go over the assessment, understanding and dealing with feelings, then you got to do the assessment for communication skills. So what skills do you have? These are the skills in the left-hand column. And then it's either you have this skill or you need to develop it. So you have your clients check off which one they have. Ability to listen to others. Okay, I have that. So you put a check mark where it says have skill. And then if you go to the next one, ability to state needs clearly. No, I don't have that. So then they put a check mark, they need to develop it. So you go down the list for each one to determine, yes, I have this skill, or no, I need to develop it. So after they check that off, then you turn to page 24, and that's when you come up with an action plan for them to enhance and develop the skills they do not have. You see that on page 20?
Yeah, this is incredible, and I
Yes.
like the way you're doing it. And I'd like to know from the two of them, can you guys see how this is more likely to succeed when you're this detailed? Because our whole position that success is based on practice, practice, practice.
I do,
Mm-hmm.
and
Yes.
it's very logical in the order it's
Okay.
presented.
Okay. And so what's going to happen is you're going to open a bank account. It's called the Anderson Anti-Poverty Fund. And you're going to put some money in that account, and every once in a while you're going to send it to George Anderson. Okay. We can, this is what I'd like when we come back, and both Valencia and Raj can let me know what they think. I would like to show the video in its entirety, and it's not even an hour, and that is session 1, and let them have some lunch. What do you think, Raj?
Yeah, I like that idea.
And if you,
Yeah, I mean, so we're doing this post lunch, right? Or shall we do it right now?
I think we should quit right now. What do you guys think? I'm open. Yeah, we're going to quit right now.
You mean
So
for lunch?
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Nothing. My stomach is growling.
And I'm smart. I figured it out. Okay, we'll see you guys at 1 o'clock.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Okay, thank you, Valencia, for being here. I guess George should be here any minute. Thank you, Valerie, for being here again. Good to see you back, Melissa. So just wanted to check with you guys. Have you been to India? Okay, no.
Where are you at in India?
Yeah, the southern part of India. Okay. George, welcome back. You're on, okay, well, okay, you have to unmute. Could you please choose unmute? Okay.
Keep clicking unmute. See, it worked.
Oh, there you go. We can see you.
Okay.
We can hear you now. Yeah.
Okay. I'd like to ask a question. Is anybody learning anything? No response. That's terrible.
I'm learning that you put a lot of effort into all your curriculums. Super thorough.
So anytime you see anything that I have and you want, just ask me. The answer is yes. I like for people to tell me good things. Okay, I appreciate it. Here's what I would like to ask of Raj. I'd like for us to consider the video that I mentioned before we left, which is session 1, that shows you guys how I actually work myself. The next thing is that since this is based on emotional intelligence, I'd like for you to learn as much as you can from me, but also there are 2 books, Raj, that I would like for them to at least consider. And one is called The EQ Edge. Would you write that down, somebody? And it's by Stephen Stein. It's the same person who's responsible for the assessment that you took. And by the way, Valerie, what did you think about the assessment?
It was great. It was really good. I mean, I've done quite a few of those in the past with different, job opportunities and whatnot.
Okay. Then and the next book is Emotional Intelligence 2.0. And neither one is that expensive. And it's kind of something that you don't read once. You want to read at least the EQ Edge because it's mostly a research one. And you want to read it off. Yeah, that's really good. Okay, I don't know what else I can say. You are so efficient, sir.
Yeah, thank you, George. So EQ Edge, this is the one. I'll also send you a copy, and I'll send you in the mail as a reminder, EQ Edge for all of you. What was the second book you mentioned, George, again?
Emotional Intelligence 2.0.
Okay. Okay, intelligence.
Emotional Intelligence 2.0.
Okay, this is again by Travis.
Yeah, yeah,
okay.
Yeah. That's really good.
Is one different than the other, or they're all the same?
No, they're not all the same at all. Travis Bradbury is a young guy who's very nice. He's in San Diego, and he doesn't have the standing that Stephen Stein has, who is actually from New York, but he lives in Toronto, Canada. It's because Stephen Stein is much older, and he has a huge organization. For example, the assessment that all of you took has been validated on 33 populations all over the world. And so I'll give you a quick example of how powerful it is. I had this huge contract in Saudi Arabia during the pandemic. And it was at one medical school and 10 hospitals in Saudi Arabia, 3 hospitals in Egypt, and 2 hospitals in Germany. And so that one particular surgeon took the assessment and his scores were so low, I said to my assistant, he obviously made a mistake. And so that when I met with him, and again, it's all virtual, I says, Doctor, I think you made a mistake. And he says, no, I didn't. And he says, I told the truth because I'm in trouble and I need your help. And as it turns out, he said, and again, this is interesting information that there's no way that anyone, I could have dreamed this. He says 73% of all physicians in Saudi Arabia are from Egypt. I didn't know that. What he said is that people in Saudi Arabia in general have so much money, they don't want to waste any time going to medical school. Why would you want to be something so difficult? And so that's right. That's who I was with, Saudi German Health. That was my contract with them. And so in any case, he says that he was an emergency or is an emergency room physician, and he caught COVID. And he said he was on a ventilator for like, I don't know how many days he said, but 52 days or something like that. Never had a single call of visitor. And he says, I'm as depressed as a human being can be. And so I learned my lesson, don't assume anything. Ask questions. But in any case, no. The Emotional Intelligence 2.0 is like a fun, easy book that you could let your teenagers read, and it will be easier to read. It's not a research-oriented book at all. But that's why I would like the balance, because it has a lot of things in it that just the average person would come across. Whereas in contrast, the students...
EQH.
Pardon?
Yeah, in contrast to the EQH with Stephen.
Yeah. And in fact, in the back of the EQH, one of the things that they do is that they list different professions, and they tell you the research that they have done that determine the key skills from emotional intelligence that are more in need by that particular professional group than would be others. Example, my son had a contract with Texas A&M for graduate students in engineering. And the contract was based on the fact that they realized that when engineers seek graduate training, they're often considered for leadership positions, but don't do that well because they master the technology, but they don't have the emotional intelligence skills to be that effective. And so that's what my son did for like 3 years, and that's really something that we should be aware of. Anyway, I appreciate the interaction. And where is my colleague? Is she back yet? Valencia, are you here? Valencia, she must be, make sure that she can hear us. Would you check, Roger, to see if she can hear us?
Yeah, she can hear us. She's on mute. Oh, I'm sorry.
Don't tell anybody, but what you just observed is called, what's it called? Elder abuse. Because Rob knows that I'm 85, and he's trying to make me think I'm crazy because I'm looking at the thing and it says red, and I know that she can't hear me. And he says, no. If I turn it in, they would take him out of India. But I'm going to give you another chance, man.
Thank you. Oh.
Okay.
Can you hear me, George?
Yeah. I don't want you to block me. Are you kidding?
Huh?
I said, I don't want you to block me.
No, that was an accident. Accidentally. Oh. I was the first one back from lunch.
Oh, my goodness. Okay, so Raj, you want to make any other comments before you take us to, that's the practice of control right there. So yeah. Who all wants one?
Before we go for practice of control, it's a session 1, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go to the session 1, complete this. So let me share with the audio. Okay,
How
sure.
long is it, by the way? Can you tell the number of minutes?
They're not a client.
This is 24 minutes.
Oh, that's a good one. Go ahead.
Your textbooks, and what we're going to be doing. What I'd like to do is thank all of you for coming, and also for making sure that you brought your textbooks. And what we're going to be doing today is that we're going to focus on the contrasting wheels of behavior that are in our client workbook. They're on page 4 and 5, and we're going to start off with the control log, which is on page number 3. And one of your classmates, Shireen, is going to share an actual experience that she had as recently as this morning, I believe, by going through the control log on page number 3. And what you're going to do is you listen to her story. You're going to look on page number 5, which is the destructive interaction or negative wheel. And all of the spokes that you can identify that were in an action or in some way seems to be what you noticed. We will discuss them. And following that, we're going to look at things that Shireen may have done that may have made the situation or the outcome differently, which will be on page number 4. So your attention first to Shireen and page number 3.
Well, in describing the incident, basically what happened was I was late today, attending today's training due to transportation issues at the hotel that I'm staying at. I've been staying there for 2 days, and every time I attempt to get the shuttle bus, it's either late or it won't show at all, or I'll call and they just abandon me. So I'm stuck either walking or taking a cab. So that was extremely frustrating. The main part of my frustration is I hate being late. It drives me crazy. Even if it's for something that's not overly important and I know that I have time to spare, I cannot stand being late. So that was the primary issue for me. As far as what did I want to happen in the situation, I wanted someone to find transportation for me, and I wanted it to happen right away because I had put in ample notice for them to know that I needed this ride, and they knew that last week when I booked my reservation. As far as what caused me to think your actions would get the results you wanted, I felt if I showed my anger, that would get them to respond, that would get them to realizing that this was an immediate need. So I thought that would be my advantage if I showed that I was angry.
And how did you show your anger?
I didn't yell, I didn't curse, but I think they were able to see it in my body language. And I used examples from over the past couple of days saying, you know, this day they were supposed to pick me up at such and such time, they didn't show, and I was using my fingers to let them know that it was more than one incident. And my voice escalated a little bit. It wasn't so that other people around me were like, what's going on? But I made it known that I was not happy.
Okay.
What feelings was I having? I was frustrated. I was angry. I was actually just thinking to myself, I'm ready to go back home. I'm ready to go back to Virginia, where I know I have my car and I don't have to rely on anybody to take me anywhere. Did I attempt to make light of my role in this situation? I didn't.
Okay.
I didn't think that I did anything wrong. I felt like I was within, you know, proper boundaries to be upset about it. I didn't wait to the last minute to let them know I needed this ride, so there was no reason for them not to follow through on their end. Impact of my action on me, I realized that my anger wasn't going to get me to the training any faster. In fact, it slowed it down, because once the cab arrived, then me and the cab driver sort of had it out. So I probably could have gotten here faster.
Okay.
On the victim, and that was me. On others, I noticed that the staff person that I spoke to behind the desk, she was a little flustered.
Okay.
She felt a little nervous. And I don't know if it was because she felt like she didn't have the means to control the situation, or if it was just my tone that bothered her. Did any past violence or aggression on your part affect the situation? I would say no. And what could I have done differently? I could have restated my need in a more appropriate fashion. you know, maybe watching the tone. And one thing I didn't do is I didn't think about my next steps. Like, what can I do next? Can I call the general manager? Can I pick up the phone and call a cab myself? I was just so caught in the moment.
Okay. For those in the class, I'd like for you to look on page number 5. And actually, it would be worthwhile for a minute if you would read just the top so that there's a clear explanation of what the meaning of the wheel is, the destructive interaction or the negative wheel here on page number 5.
This negative wheel helps link the different behaviors that together form a pattern of miscommunication. It shows the relationship as a whole and how each seemingly unrelated behavior is an important part of an overall effort to dominate a situation or someone else.
Okay, what we're going to do now is that we're going to start to my right, and I would like for each of you to think in terms of one spoke on the wheel on page number 5 that you think you can identify in relation to Shireen's story.
Well, I think intimidation, because Shireen, you said your tone, you saw that the person you were speaking to was a little flustered, so it sounds like there was some intimidation going on.
Okay. Does that make sense to you? Very good. Thank you. Yes.
Inattention. It felt like you mentioned that the desk clerk was a little flustered, and maybe there was an opportunity to bring her down and help her out, you know, with some empathic movements on your part.
Any other comments regarding inattention? Anyone want to add anything to that? What I think you share with us also is that you could see that there was some lack of clarity on your own thinking in terms of what were you going to do next. Because you may have gotten a lot more mileage if you had gone right away to the manager or someone on a higher level.
As a matter of fact, the person who was behind the desk that I was talking to, she asked me that, and I felt stuck. She said to me, well, have all these things have happened over the past couple of, you know, days. Have you gone to the manager? And I thought to myself, duh. It's like, no, I didn't. So it was exactly then. I didn't even think about that.
Okay. What did you come up with?
I came up with controlling, because it seemed the way you were describing it, that you use your body language and your hands and all that to try to let them know that you were angry and that you were frustrated and you wanted service now, not later.
Okay. Yes.
And manipulation came to mind for me, because in the situation, you used anger as a tool to get what you wanted, and you purposely did that.
One of the things that we're seeing as we go through this is that a lot of the spokes on the wheel work in conjunction with each other, and so it wouldn't be surprising that manipulation and controlling and intimidation would go hand in hand. Right? So what I'd like to do next is turn to you and see if you might have picked up something else. So far, what we haven't noticed, I don't believe, would be hostility, rage, avoidance, and interruption. Can you see how any of those may be at play here?
Maybe the avoidance. Instead of looking at the situation at hand and trying to determine what some reasonable steps would be, you avoided taking those steps and just kind of lashed out, avoiding responsibility for coming up with a better solution.
Okay, I think that's excellent. Okay, Edgar?
I feel that you show hostility towards the counter people there. I'm glad that you didn't bang on the counter to the bell counter and go, give me some attention. But I truly believe that, yeah, there was hostility, and that's why you make the other person kind of uncomfortable. I mean, you were able to notice that, your surroundings. So, and even though now you realize that that person was not in full control of the situation to help you out, but I mean, through the experience you already had yesterday and today, it was part of your reaction, hostility.
Okay, yes.
I see controlling, but I see it in a different way when you're talking about the taxi ride and the interaction with the taxi driver. Your anger fueled his ability to control the situation because he could choose whether to get you there at a faster time or take his time, and you said that he took his time for basically getting you here. So I think from the standpoint of the taxi driver, he was in control.
He was in control, but then he was also very nasty. Just me getting in the car, so that fueled my existing anger from something he didn't even know anything about.
Right.
You know, so I allowed that to work against my ability to control.
One of the interesting things in this particular example, and I think that we should be aware of it because it's going to occur in other situations. I don't believe that you had reached a point of rage. All the time you were very much in control, more than one could anticipate with rage, in spite of the fact that I think that your ability to manage anger was impacted because you said right away that you wish that you had gone higher. And so we should be aware that the intensity of anger clouds our ability to think clearly, and so rational thought becomes increasingly impacted as we approach rage. Once a person is at a state of rage, then it's history. The cognition, or the ability to think clearly, simply goes. Okay? Now, these are the kinds of things that typically get a person in trouble managing his or her anger. If I could get you for a minute now to turn to page number 4. The spokes on page number 4 are the kinds of things that we would like to teach you in this class. I'd like to encourage you to practice between sessions to actually incorporate into the way you actually relate to other people. And so I'd like for a volunteer to read the top of the wheel on page number 4. Maybe someone from Texas.
Constructive interactions positive wheel. The wheels which appear below are the anchors to this anger management workbook. They can and should be referred to when focusing on or practicing positive skills of intervention. They are also a quick reference for recognizing styles of speaking, aggressive behavior, and habit patterns, which make healthy relationships difficult. Tools for increasing emotional intelligence must be incorporated in mastering the spokes on the positive wheel.
Okay, thank you. Would you like to volunteer, please, and pick out any of the spokes on this particular wheel that Shireen may have attempted to use, and it could have led to perhaps an outcome that would have been more favorable?
Okay, assertiveness, that's the one that comes to mind to me.
Okay.
I think had she been assertive, you probably would have thought about going to the general manager or the manager of the hotel. So that's what comes to mind, assertive.
Okay, is there anyone, maybe Edgar, can you give her a statement that she could have used to, that would be assertive statement that she could have used to the person that she was speaking with?
I can make herself clear that she wants to be to a particular place on time. That she's very, that's one of her, I guess, traits that make her who she is. Okay. She's very responsible.
Okay.
So I guess that will put a pressure on the person who she was relating that transportation was so vital for her to get from the hotel to this office.
Page number 113. And so what I'd like for someone to do is to see if you can use the formula on page 113. How do you feel about the behavior when what specifically is the behavior that bothers you? Because how does the behavior affect you? I need. What would you like the other person to do differently? Shireen, I really would like for you to volunteer as if you were in this situation from yesterday, and you're going to use an assertive communication statement as described by Edgar.
Okay. I could say something like, I feel very frustrated when I take the effort to let your staff know that I need a ride and abide by your policy that I need a ride because I am a valued client, a customer, and I need transportation to a training that's very important and was promised to me.
Okay. What is your reaction, group? What do you think the outcome may have been had she tried something like that?
Non-defensive.
Non-defensive. Anything else?
Certainly puts the ball in their lap.
Absolutely. And it's done with respect, okay? And so that's one of the things that we want to do in this class is take all the information that we're learning and put it together in a pragmatic way that we can actually use to change the way we react to other people with the hope that it will lead to a better outcome, both for us and for the other party. So now we're back on page number 4. Now we've gotten assertiveness, right? Now, was there something implied in the assertive communication statement that's right there staring you at in your face that she actually did? Can someone see another spoke?
Stating needs.
And that's what she did. What was the need?
She needs to get to the training on time.
Absolutely, right? So stating needs is really very important, right? Someone would like to select anything else?
Expressing feelings.
Expressing feelings, okay. And how did she say I felt? Frustrated. One of the unique things about anger is that anger is not sometimes, but it is always a secondary emotion. Always something else comes before anger. And frustration is very common. Anxiety is another, fear, stress, and so on. And so that if you can identify the feeling that precedes the anger, you may be able to put in action something to prevent it from going heavier, the farther. What you did was implement a strategy that kept you from going to a state of rage, right? But so frustration is what came in this particular case before the anger, okay? So we have now assertiveness, stating needs, expressing feelings. Is there anything else that anyone sees that you would like?
I think she was giving them some honest feedback in her statement.
Absolutely.
That she made. She told them, hey, I'm a customer, and I'm sure that every business wants to keep customers. And so she was saying, I'm a valued customer. I paid you for the service, and you advertise this service. And so that kind of feedback was really important for them to hear. You're not providing the service that you advertise.
That's very, very good. Yes.
You brought up a point, Shireen. You used active listening during the incident.
Yeah.
When you did, you said your anger was blunted. She stopped you when she made the statement that would help you, gave an honest suggestion of a way that would assist you. And when you used that skill, your anger diminished immediately just by using one spoke in the wheel. And I thought that was an interesting component of the whole cycle.
Interesting and important and also effective. Any other spokes on the wheel now, page number 4?
I think an important piece that was kind of missing was the seeking compromise.
Yeah.
Where, when you bring a problem to somebody, it's always most effective if you have a solution to that problem already in mind and something that they can do to make it happen. So rather than getting angry and upset, offering a solution of your own or having at least something in mind that you can offer them.
Well, part of it is that you wanted them to get you a taxi, and they did.
Right, but I was so angry, I didn't even make that suggestion. The flustered employee that said, oh, let me call you a cab, it's like, oh, why didn't I just ask for that?
Okay. So now we have active listening, assertiveness, stating needs, expressing feelings, honest feedback, and seeking compromise. Is that right? So that the two that are left, as I see it, would be focusing and rephrasing. Can anyone see how that may have been used? Either of those two?
I see rephrasing. She needed to state it very clearly, like Dario mentioned, that it's a business, and a lot of business customer service is priority number 1.
Yes.
And by rephrasing herself that what her needs were or are, I guess that way she will emphasize in making sure they got it.
Yes. Okay, I like that very much. Focusing is the one that we still have. Any comments?
Well, I think you said it. You got tied up in your anger and lost focus, which was to get here as quickly as possible. So if you'd stayed focused on what your goal was, then you would have been able to more effectively achieve it.
Okay. Again, I think that we're able to see that by first becoming consciously aware of these spokes on these two wheels, and to the extent possible, trying to incorporate them into the way you interact with other people, is more likely to lead to an increase in emotional intelligence and positive interaction on your part. And it's not only in work situations and business situations, as is the case here, but also in personal situations and in situations with family members, important people in your lives, and so on. I would like, if we may, in the interest of time, have one person volunteer to summarize what it is that we've learned from this particular exercise today. Would you like to volunteer?
Sure.
Please.
I think mainly for myself, what I learned was that if you become angry or let those anger feelings come up and being expressed, it tends to shut oneself down. You can't see. You become that you move towards behavior that then becomes harmful not only to yourself but to other people, and begins to spread out from there. But then if you use the constructive wheel here, that the behavior then, or you begin to control yourself, begin to focus on the inside, and begin to think a lot more clear, and then what happens is that you control your life and you move towards the goal. I like the last thing you said. If you keep your mind on your goal or your focus, then you move towards your own goal instead of towards everybody else's goal.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions that anyone would like to make?
Looking at focusing, I thought about not only focus on your goal, but not forgetting the other person, not forgetting the empathy of the other person. How would that feel? How would you feel if? That's what I thought about, just focusing on the other person's feelings.
Okay. I'd like to thank all of you. Are there any questions or comments that anyone would like to make? What I'd like to do is to announce for you what we're going to be doing at our next class. If you turn to page number 6 and 7, what we have are the spokes again that are listed on page 6 and 7. And so this is a take-home assignment. I would like for you to write a definition for each of the spokes in your own words in a way that makes sense to you so that you're more likely to remember. And the reason is that in almost every class assignment that we have, we're going to be using the wheels as a way of making the material come alive for all of us. So if you were to ask me, what really are the goals in this particular class? My answer would be to incorporate everything on the positive wheel into your behavior and to reduce the potential of any of the destructive interactions occurring in your relationship with others. Thanks to all of you.
Thank you.
Can we applaud?
Okay. First of all, what, if anything, did you learn that may have been different than the way we have focused on this during the day so far, so that you saw how I did it? What is your feedback?
I appreciate that you had control of the conversation. You know, you kept it on topic and precise as far as, you know, when to pull back the discussion and when to move forward, when to have people read more or not. You know, that was a great example of how specifically to run a group like that. I love things like that, visual stuff. So it's very helpful.
I'm glad you said that, because the thing that we must remind ourselves is there are many people who are visual learners. And so that we need not just to focus on one intervention like reading or the books, you got to have something else. And so that to the extent possible, everything that we can use to accommodate the visual learners, we ought to do it. The other thing is a question that I have. I made a note of it. Could you use this with a brand new client? He or she is coming for the first time. So you've agreed that you're going to accept him in the group. He buys his client workbook. You give him his assignment. And then you say to the client, if you have a few minutes, I'll let you see a video, and this will give you an idea of how it works. Would that be useful or not? Anyone?
I believe so. Absolutely.
Valencia?
Yes, I'm in agreement as well.
Okay. And so I think that this is something that I highly recommend. Hyro's been doing this repeatedly for all the time that he and I have been together. And during the days when I used to lead groups, it's the same thing. And so that basically, when a person is coming to something that they've never experienced before, the anxiety is like, yeah, but it's not necessary, because you can reduce a lot of it if they see this and they say, well, it's not that bad. It's just like the feedback that we got is that it's like very structured, and it makes it easier for the people to know what it is that they expect. Because sometimes in groups, when you don't really have any focused material, people are abusive to each other.
Right. Yep.
Yeah. We never have had any problems at all. Only one occasion, not with me, with Hyro, he had to phone the police on someone at the Lawndale location. And,
right.
Yeah, and aside from that, for 23 years, that's not bad. I don't think. Let's see. Questions or comments from anyone else?
George, I like the cohesiveness of the group, how everybody engaged and interacted, as you was facilitating the group in itself. It just showed that cohesive force within the group. So I could appreciate that.
Keep in mind that these are people who only came for training. You notice they're from all over the country. So this is not a group. It's just a group. No, what you said is very important. No, what you said is very important. In spite of the fact that the people had never seen each other before, still, if you follow the formula and you have got yourself together, it makes it seem, just like you said, cohesive. Because we didn't give them the option of just focusing on anything in the world. No, it's right there in front of you. This is what we're talking about. And if you notice very carefully, I kept in my brain every spoke that had been covered. And I says, what seems to have been left is, and each time I would remind them until we went through it. The other thing is that in the rule, we say everyone must participate at each group. Did everyone participate in this group?
Pretty much.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think so.
It's the leader's responsibility. If everyone does not participate, it's not the group's problem. It's yours.
You gotta.
So you have to remind yourself. Okay. Before we go to the emotional intelligence, I'd just like to share things with you, little things with you. First of all, I may have mentioned it to someone, but maybe not today, I'm not sure. But anyway, USC became aware that I did anger management, and actually I wound up having a contract with them also. But in any case, what they did is that they introduced me to their film department. And so that most of the videos that I have were made for me free by students who were my interns. And
wow.
And then I was able to make some money on it. And so I do the best I can. I'm just a country boy from Mississippi, so I'm always trying to figure out how I'm going to make it for the next day. And anyway, so that was really good. Did you notice the sign behind me? It was from the movie Anger Management. And so that you didn't know that I was a consultant on that movie, Valerie, Valerie?
Yes.
Did you know that I was a consultant?
No.
That was one of the highlights.
That's cool.
And you'll get a kick out of this because I recognize that I'm sort of different, a little bit eccentric. So a guy calls me on the telephone and he says, "You're a psychotherapist, right?" And I said, "Yes." He says, "If a person is referred to you for depression, what would you do?" I said, "Depression can be a symptom of a wide range of both medical or psychiatric disorders." And so the answer is I do an assessment first to determine what the issue is, and then that gives me the clues as to what I should do about it or can do. So he says, "What if it's anxiety?" Yes, it's the same thing. Anxiety can be so severe that a person may not be able to ride a plane or even ride up in an elevator. So you got to do a diagnostic assessment first so you know what you're dealing with. And then you determine what the plan is going to do. Then he said, "What if someone came to you for anger management?" I said, "Oh, that's different. It's not an illness." I said, "Still doing the assessment. It's not psychiatric at all." And so then he said, "How would you like to be a consultant on a movie?" And I says, "What the movie is a movie?" And he says, "Anger management." And I never done anything like this. I don't even go to the movies. I'm having fun drinking champagne. I don't go to the movies. But in any case, I where I live is Brentwood, so that I live on the same street with Gwyneth Paltrow and Norman Lear. And so I called a guy whose name is, can't think of his name right now, but he's a producer. And so I told him about the call, and he said, "You're going to be working for the dirtiest, cheapest man in all of Hollywood. He's going to try to take advantage of you every chance he gets." I said, "This sounds exciting." And so he said, "Don't worry." He said, "Don't return the call." He says, "I'm going to call my attorney, have my attorney contact you, and you let him take over completely." He says, "The thing to remember is you can charge anything you want because they call you, and when they call you, they want you." And so he says, "How much are you going to charge?" I said, "I've never done this before." I said, "It's crazy. How would I know?" He says, "Come up with a figure." So I said, $5,000 a day. He says, "Okay, make sure you tell the attorney the same thing." And I did. $5,000 a day. And sure in hell, that's what I got, a contract for $5,000 a day. And this is the way it worked. If they ask you one question, it's $5,000. And so on one day, they sent 3 women to my office, and all they wanted to do was sit in the waiting room. They didn't want to ask me anything. Why were they sitting in the living room? They were set designers. They wanted to see what the people were wearing when they came, and they wanted to see the room and just, how it was configured. And so that I just love that. And so I made some money because they said the way it works is if they call you and they said, "Jack Nicholson is having a party, would you like to come?" If you say yes, while you're there, they're going to ask you all the questions, but you came to the party, so you don't get paid. So if they call me, the attorney said, they said, invite you to the party, you said, "Would you like for me to come?" And if they say yes, then you still get paid. That was so much fun. But
wow.
Look at the cascade. What's the guy's name who did Men in Black? The brother, superstar?
Will Smith?
Yeah, he's married to Jada Pinkett.
Will Smith.
Yeah, well, that was the next one I did. I did want to move for a movie with them, and the movie has not been released yet. And so that I like the way they operated, and that is they asked me what to do in advance, read one character, or review, and it was just in terms of the, what do you call it? I was just reading from the, what do you call it when I write it? That's what I was reading from. And they told me which character to respond.
The script.
And I did that. And so that, but since there was another character that was related not to anger management, but domestic violence, I just volunteered that one too. So they called me up and they thanked me and they said, "You didn't send us an invoice for the second character." I said, "Well, you never asked me to do that." And they said, we don't do business that way. Go ahead and bill us. And shucks, what's the message? I'm a nice guy. You should volunteer to give me some money and let's work around. Where do we go next? I think it's back to a video. Or should they take this break? I think you have to take a 10-minute break. And then where is Rise? It's going to be gaining control of ourselves, starting with number 4.
Yeah.
Hey, George, I have a question. What was the name of the 24-minute video that you were focusing on the contrastive behavior wheels? You recall?
That was it. It's called Session 1.
Session 1. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So you can use that in as many ways as you want to. We don't have to be rigid, because you guys will come up with a lot more interesting things than me. It's like you're competing with an 85-year-old. I'm on the other side going downhill. I can't hardly remember it. So if you can't do a better job than I am, that's not good.
I didn't write it down. Okay.
That's terrible. Wait until you get to be 85. You won't remember your name.
Yeah, I'll email you that, Valencia. I'll also send you that in the next email.
You see how good this guy is? He takes care of everything.
But everyone,
if you want a good guy to help you out, he can.
Wonderful.
So,
I'll be quiet.
Are we on a break right now?
Yes, take a break with me.
Yeah, in the break, I just wanted to show you some samples. This is amazing.
I like that. Can I tell them where that is?
Yeah, probably Valencia should be listening to this story. This is again in Philippines.
Yeah, let me tell them the story. I was invited to come to the Philippines as a keynote speaker at the Philippine Psychiatric Association's 25th anniversary. And it was just a 45-minute presentation. It took me 17 hours to get there. And they let me stay for 5 days at their expense. And I paid a fortune. I'm just a country boy. Can you imagine how excited I was? And so let me show you what they did. Just keep it where you are for a minute, because I like it. Raj, I need your help. Can you see this, or can anyone see that?
Yeah, we can see that.
Okay, notice that's the same logo from the movie.
Yeah.
And so as I was going up to the lectern, there were some people coming in the side, but in the audience, and all I could tell is that they were wearing something, and that's what they were wearing. Everyone had these white tops on. And so at the end, the lady in the blue presented me with a shirt that had Anderson and Anderson, anger management, the logo, and so on. But they really do things differently. So when I really got finished, they gave me a box, a box full of them, about 50 of them, that I was able to take back. And so I only have small sizes. And so if any of you have a child or something that may find it as a gift item, gag gift, I'd be happy to send you.
Yeah,
in fact, you can see this.
Yeah.
Oh, that's really beautiful. I didn't know you had all of this.
Yeah, I have your entire life, George.
I like this. Well, keep going.
I mean, this is good. I mean, I'm so glad that the same T-shirt which you just flashed, all of them are all wearing that.
Oh, we got to show this at some point to my wife. And by the way, these guys, what happened is I arrived at the airport, and you can tell that I'm sort of like I don't know what you call it. My wife says I'm not the most modest person in the world, and I'm not. But in any case, so when I arrived at the airport, there were 3 guys, and they said, Anderson, Anderson. I said to myself, boy, they really like me. But that wasn't the truth. 3 of the guys were my security, and everywhere I went, I had a 3-person security team. One guy walked in front, one to my left, and one behind me. So that was 2 of them there, and they were taking me on a tour. Incredible.
I can't wait to hear same story of taking 14 hours, 17 hours of flight from Valencia or Melissa or Valerie to, like, probably they're traveling to the other part of the world, giving their keynote speaker as a like a 45-minute keynote speaker or as a guest. So this is amazing, as in.
And the other thing is that this is again all physicians, right? And so that one of the doctors who was my host had a farm, and so that this is from the farm, and so that I got a chance to spend a night there also.
Yeah, they're all flashing, and again, this is back in your office. I see that.
And those are the same posts as Digger.
Almost all of them who had been through the certification.
I didn't know you had all of it.
Yeah, I have all of them.
You are incredible. Well, don't worry. Tell your daughter I'm going to send some money on Monday.
I love this picture. This is like the.
Go back to the next one before that. Go back to the next one. I want to see my beautiful wife.
Oh, okay. Wait. Okay.
There she is. What happened is that I wasn't bothering anybody, and my wife kidnapped me.
Can you go back one or two? I thought I saw someone I recognized.
Oh, okay. Maybe
that was Hyro that you recognized.
Was this?
No. Let's see. One more. Go back a little bit. Right there. You know who that is, George?
Not right. No, I can't remember.
What's his name? Okay. All right. Thank you. That's it.
Okay. I mean, I don't know who that is, but this is another.
That's it now. Yeah.
He's another facilitator. So this is the DVD for the video of like whatever we had seen, like the Unoma session 1, the DVD.
Yes. Yeah. So you'll send the link out?
Yeah, I'll send you the link.
Yeah, I already sent it. I thought you guys sent it. Didn't you send it to them already?
This Unomas is already in the list, but the session 1 wasn't in the list. But I'm going to send the session 1. I'm just waiting if Valerie is back in. Probably we'll continue with the rest of the. This is exactly what used to happen offline, saving. Yeah. I mean, online you guys are saving thousands of dollars on travel, hotel expenses, and all that. That's what I can say because this was offline and people used to pay for the travel and the hotel, everything. So this is amazing.
And they had to pay for the videos also. So the videos,
$65.
We paid for it back in the day.
But you were doing the Lord's work, is taking care of the poor.
That's right.
So this is again March 5th when we celebrate George's birthday. It's in another, I guess, in less than 100 days. Today being December 1st.
My goodness, I like that.
World's best boss ever. March 5th, I always remember that. Again, this is like the brochure, the 3-page flyer. And this is the reason I'm showing this, Valencia and Melissa. Valerie, this is exactly, you got to be doing this. I mean, if George can do this a decade ago or 2 decades ago, imagine you charging $5,000, $10,000 doing the exact same thing. Now, because you have the facilitator guide, you can go through the certification. I mean, you're going to get your certificate as a facilitator training. So George can have another story with every person who is on this. Now this is, I wish, George, do you remember them?
Yes, I do. I just can't wait. My wife is going to go just nuts. Go to the one before. Reem, go back. Yeah, right there. Okay, then one more.
Okay.
There was a woman from Saudi Arabia, and
okay.
Right, she's to the right with the thing on around her, the scarf.
Yeah, the pink scarf.
Yeah, she's from Saudi Arabia. Just imagine, she came all the way from Saudi Arabia for this training.
Wow.
It's the same thing. I had a guy who came from Oman, all over the world.
And also there's another story. There was one person who was following George on LinkedIn for almost 2 years, George. He didn't, and all of a sudden he responds to George. Do you remember that story, George? The guy who was following you secretly for 2
Saudi
years?
Arabia? Yeah, from Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
And so here's what happened. I got a call on a Sunday, and I said to my wife, it's probably from Nigeria. It's probably a crank call. I'm not going to respond. And I didn't. So then on Monday, the call came in again. And the guy says, I have been following you on LinkedIn for 2 years. I would like to come to Los Angeles and be coached by you. So he came, he rented an apartment in Santa Monica. I coached him for 3 months at $500 an hour.
Wow.
And he goes back to Saudi Arabia. So it turns out that's Reem again. Why I was coaching him is, he says in Saudi Arabia, if the family owns a business, it's the eldest son, if they have one, who is positioned to take over the business if the father decides to step down or when he does. And so that he says that he and his dad had never gotten along. And his dad had announced that he was going to turn the business over to his youngest brother, in which case his mom freaked out and everyone else. And they said, no, you are going to have to do whatever is necessary to work out the differences between yourself and your dad. So that's what the coaching was about. And the coaching was successful. So that's the same guy whose family owned a medical school, in hospitals in Saudi Arabia, 3 hospitals in Egypt, 2 hospitals in Germany. And they are the ones who gave me this huge contract during the pandemic. The other thing that he did is that the year after I had seen him, he came again, and it was with he and his wife. So my wife and coached his wife, the two of us to go together, coach them as a couple. And what did she want? What were we coaching her on? The most unusual thing in the world. To help her get an international driver's license. I don't know anything about driver's license, but I'm creative, and so we got it. And so that she was the first woman in Saudi Arabia with a driver's license. Because they didn't allow it. But again, they have so much money, they were able to press them to let her. This is really fascinating. I just didn't get all this stuff.
But another thing is like this training can be $15,000 too. But I love the fact that it's still priced at $1,500 because again, George want to create that impact or help as many people as he can. So I'm still shocked because this is 2023, end of 23, but 2013 we see that the price is still the same, but again. Everybody taking the advantage or probably leveraging the technology, I should say. And that is like that's what we wanted to do. This was done by a little boy who was a victim of domestic violence.
This was a young guy who did this. And we have the original also. This had been the cover of my adolescent book. And he was quite an artist. Wow, I didn't know that this was even in existence, so I don't know what to do.
Yeah, again, the stories are endless. So welcome back, Valerie. We are just going through George's Philippines, right from Philippines. I don't know if you had time to go through it, but like the kind
I was listening.
Okay, hold on to this. I'm trying to think where I was at that time. Merced, California. It says that. That's fascinating.
Yeah.
What happened is that I used to travel not all over the world, but all over the country. And the only time I went out of the country for training was really to Mexico. And the training was in Spanish, and that was videotaped also. And I don't know if we have that video. I don't know what the name of it.
Wow. I'll see if I can get my hands on those videos. Again, this is Brian Anderson.
Yeah, that's my son. And my wife again. Brian has a master's degree from Columbia University in clinical social work. And he's written a book that's on the website also, and it's regarding childhood autism. And just a little story, because you're learning more about me, you would like to know this one. My wife and I decided that we wanted to be different kind of as parents. And so that we wanted our kids to realize that work is important, regardless of who you are. And so that when they became 16, they said, you have an option. You can do something like as a volunteer, where you don't get paid, but you're doing something that's useful to others. Or you can work at McDonald's or something like that. So my daughter decided to work at McDonald's, and she lasted a day. So at the end of the day, the person in charge gave her a mop and with water in a can. And he says, okay, you're going to mop this section over there. And she said, pardon? The guy said it again. So she says, oh, no. She said, you don't have to pay me for the day. I'm leaving. So that was the end of her job. And so we got her a volunteer experience working with girls in group homes, Valencia. And so that's the neat, yeah. And so that for Brian, he knew what he wanted from the start. He wanted to work with autistic children at UCLA. And so it was easy for us to get him. This is really fascinating. This guy was, I wish I could think of his name right now.
Yeah, James Woolsey, CIA director.
I didn't even know that. God damn.
Yeah, before we talk about that again, the visit which you had been to White House. So this is all part of PR. Valerie or Melissa, Valencia, if you can start publishing your articles or newsletters on LinkedIn. Now, this was 1994, where George had been to White House, had the opportunity to discuss on healthcare reform with Mrs. Clinton, the First Lady. And George has got amazing stories from the White House as well.
I was on the task force with Hillary Clinton.
I mean, if I can read what's on the newspaper, I'm sorry to interrupt you there, George. So
no, it's okay.
I mean, if you want me to read what's on the paper there,
I can see it. I don't know whether they can. It's clear enough for me.
Okay.
Does someone want me to read it?
No.
It just says George Anderson. No.
I mean, you can read it. Yeah, that's right.
It says local professional discusses healthcare with First Lady. George Anderson, Director of Psychological Services for Adolescents in Brentwood, was one of 50 California business leaders selected to participate in a special briefing on healthcare from the First Lady Hillary Rodham Clinton. On May 6th, the First Lady and several other White House officials delivered remarks and responded to questions about the president's health care reform legislation at the White House. Mr. Anderson was invited and gives you a list of other people who were invited. Mr. Anderson, she said, have a critical role in helping answer questions about healthcare reform. And so that it's called managed healthcare. That was what they were responding. That was what it was that they introduced. And so what I said, I predicted was that providers who were from various communities, specifically people of color, doctors of color, were going to be taken over by organizations because the new managed health care only deals with organizations as opposed to individuals. So that exactly occurred. My goodness, I didn't know all of this. This is like a history lesson for a senior citizen. What a great deal. Thanks so much.
Yeah.
Okay. At what point are they going to get a chance to watch this video?
Could you repeat that? At what point?
And they watch the next one now.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Are we or no?
What?
Are we taking a break?
Oh, we went through the pictures during the break.
Huh?
Give him a break. Give him a break. 10-minute break. Take a break now.
I didn't take a break. I was looking at George's fabulous pictures.
Thank you, Ray.
We are so sorry, Valencia. We thought we were discussing on the break.
Go ahead.
So sorry, Valerie, again, Melissa.
No, you don't have to apologize. I think this is, if you can imagine, I was just excited as I could possibly be.
No, you're good. Thank you for sharing that. It was very interesting.
I mean, the social proof these days, again, for anybody to put be it $15,000 or $50,000 on the desk for your service, for marketing yourself as a personal brand or professional brand. We need that kind of social proof. And it's a blessing for me to find George in one of our podcasts 3 years ago. And when he said anger management as a technical consultant, I'm like, I grew up watching anger management movie. In India, I was in my high school, I should say. I'll see if I can flash my picture. It's there. It's there on my personal website and all. So, but that's okay. It's amazing.
No, I've seen it, and I'm glad that you're doing this and that we have the opportunity. Because the other thing that I think that will be useful to them, and you can share your views too, it's in their best interest to make sure that people know that they were trained by me. And it's based on the history that I have already accomplished. And so that's to their best interest, but also to join the groups that I own on LinkedIn. And you can tell them more about LinkedIn and make sure before we end today that you give them the connections to themselves to link with you, with me, and others on LinkedIn, and to take the national.
Yeah, I love that.
I post every single day. Every single day. That's why I was late the last time I was in posting. Something that will come out today because I figured out, you know, I wouldn't have time. I'd be tired. But it's really just, I don't know exactly how to put it. That's how I became global. The guy from Saudi Arabia, the reason what he was talking about, reading, he'd been following me for 2.5 years, was on LinkedIn. Because never had I gone to Saudi Arabia or even considered it at all. And they actually offered to, and I can still take advantage of it, but I don't think I could travel that far again. But they wanted me to come to Dubai at their expense, just to come to Dubai, because they have hospitals in Dubai also. What I do is that if I go to any place like that, I'd be happy to do a presentation for them. That as long as it's something that I know. And some of the things that I knew are not related at all to either emotional intelligence or anger management, because I was trained as a child psychotherapist and I was trained at medical school at Harvard. That's a little bit different because I'm not a physician. So that, and also I had taught in the medical school at UCLA. That atypical experience makes it easier for me to relate to physicians and them to me, because I can speak their language in spite of the fact that I don't have a technical knowledge. I do for psychiatry, even including the medication. I can talk intelligently about that because they don't. Anyway, what are you going to tell Joe about me? He's never met me.
Joe loves you. We talk about you all the time. He loves to pick your brain, I can tell, and he's a bit enamored by George Anderson, that's for sure. So I'm very grateful to get to meet you.
Yeah, tell him about Raj. Because
I will. Yeah, absolutely. We're looking to take his practice, expanding it, and I know he had a conversation with you about that. And all of you, I'm a marketing major, so your ideas, what you're doing is like my wheelhouse. So I'm hoping to kind of dip into both ends of the knowledge, the science, and also the marketing and development. So thank you.
And Melissa, we train Rosa and some of her staff in batteries intervention. And one of the things that I don't think that Raj is aware of, on the material that you sent them, at the very end, you have the material on domestic violence. It's by mistake. It's okay, but
Okay.
just keep that in mind. It's like, should you decide that you want to be certified in emotional intelligence, excuse me, in batteries intervention, I would have sent you the material already. So you have to download the material and take the assessments and send me a big check, and then I'll send you the certificate.
Okay, I'll talk to Rosa about it.
How often do you lead the classes?
These kind of classes? Well, it's listed on the website, which has been a problem for me in the past. But in any case, I'm going to start doing it once a month.
Okay. And now that Valencia is back, this is. I don't know if you guys can recognize me, but that was the anger management movie. That was me. I don't know if you can recollect me. So this was. And this picture was taken accidentally. I wouldn't say it was taken on purpose. So Bruce Almighty and all, when I was in high school, me just trying to pick up my English because English is it's my third language here. I'm glad that I was able to communicate with many customers who are in US now. The way I'm supposed to be. I was not like this. Probably 20 years ago, I was not a fraction of this, but that's okay. So again, it's a blessing again to facilitate these virtual sessions right now. So the next video which we are going to go, is it
Gaining control of ourselves, starting with number 4. We're going to stop after each one and discuss.
Okay. Are we also going? Okay, I have this one on my screen. Before I hop into the gaining control number 4, the disruptive.
Let's talk about that, by the way. That's my house. This is my house, rather. I'm standing on my deck in the back of the house. The deck was designed by my wife. Can you go to the left any farther? It may not be possible.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. And so what I wanted to tell you is, that's good. So what I wanted to tell you is that where you see the houses on the hillside, the father's house to the left has behind it a wine, I don't know what you call it. Anyway, they grow their own Merlot wine. And so the next house to it, is there any way that you could now move a little bit to the right? I'm trying to get to the house that's right behind me here, because somebody lived there that you guys would have heard of, and his name is Dr. Dre. Have anybody heard of a rapper named Dr. Dre?
Absolutely.
That's where he lives. But anyway, and on the same street, Norman Lear lives. But in any case, it's a really incredible community. And on clear days, over to the, just looking in this direction, a little farther to the right, we can actually see Catalina Island, which is in another county.
Wow.
And sometimes we can see the snow on the mountains. This is a physician who I had seen, and a fascinating experience. Why don't we hear these two guys? What the hell? Let's listen to these two guys.
For disruptive physicians. Thank you so much for considering Anderson and Anderson. I'd like to ask you some questions regarding the Anderson and Anderson curriculum for disruptive physicians. First of all, you were introduced to the bar-on emotional intelligence assessment. And I would like for you to share with us what your impressions of the assessment was, things that you may have been surprised to learn about yourself, and any other feedback that you think might be useful to us regarding this assessment.
As far as the assessment, which is the emotional intelligence, I was surprised that I have such capabilities, and more than what I expected of myself. And I found deficiencies, which I'm working on it now, but it gives me confidence. And how do I deal with people in a better way? And I'm using it as my guidance system in my life. And I wish I knew about it a long time ago.
The Bar-On assessment was really a bit of a surprise. And when I first looked at the download, I wasn't really sure that it was going to be able to give me a lot of information because I do try to get information from a test that I'm taking. I looked at it as being a test. But as I went through the assessment, I became more and more at ease with it because it asked questions that I could answer, I thought, very honestly. I was surprised at the fact that it was able to pick up on points that were not apparent to me in a very, very, very active way, but in a deep way. It showed me things about my ability to be empathetic with other people. I knew I was empathetic with people, but I didn't think it was something that was noticeable or could be tested. It also looked at the most important part. It looked at the deficiencies that I had, and that was truly accurate. And when I looked at the results, the way that they were presented, not as deficiencies on one side and strengths on the other, but they were mixed together in those 15 different categories. And it was able to show me how it all fit together, because as a human being, it's very difficult to separate out 15 different parts of yourself, because I see, sometimes when I see a part of myself, that's all I can see. I can't see the other 14 parts. But as I looked at the 15, I felt good about that assessment.
I really like the way you were able to recognize that even though the results of your assessment were generally positive, there are so many of the spokes on those particular wheels that can be incorporated into your practice to excel even further in terms of your level of competence. Having taken the Bar-On assessment, how do you think that you can incorporate the results of this assessment into your practice and your day-to-day operations with others?
This will help everybody that takes the time to go through the process. And as a physician, I assure you that it hasn't been easy. You ask for a very, very vaunted position and be able to help people. And that, there's a lot of friction involved in it. A lot of things happen to you over a time of years or days, and sometimes in an hour. You need this.
You have to know how to communicate with other people. And part of that communication is verbal, small part. But the behavior is the major part. And you have to learn how to listen to the people, respect other people's feelings. If you can read their minds, predict what their feelings are, and this is emotional intelligence, use your brain.
This is really great. I like the way you're able to see multiple uses for this particular material. Thank you so much. How do you think that you may use this information in a way that would increase your competence?
I think it can only improve my bedside manner because it reinforces my bedside manner that I have been using for the last 35 years. Empathy is the strongest component, I believe, in having a bedside manner. And I tested highly in that area. And I've been the recipient of a lot of comments and compliments about my bedside manner. But your bedside manner can always improve. Because there have been situations where my bedside manner has not been perfect because I didn't realize that you can be in the company of a patient whose behavior would make it very, very difficult for anyone to be empathic to them, particularly if they are, well, if they're mean or if they're ill and they're hostile. I can give myself an opportunity to assess that, put it in perspective, and to check my own emotions and say, okay, this person is obviously angry in general, not necessarily angry at you. Allow that, understand that, respond appropriate to that.
Yes, yes, this is really, really good. What I'd like for you to do next is think about the practice of control, which is the Anderson and Anderson client workbook, and give me your impressions of that document, and also suggest how this will be useful to you in your practice.
The practice of control, your book, deal with 4 items: anger, stress, communication, and emotional intelligence. All these items, whether the practice of control or the emotional intelligence composites, are all interconnected to each other. It just gives you the map to sail smoothly in that complex web of life we are dealing with, especially in the medical practice.
There is so much that's in that client book that it's not something that you can read once and get. It asks you to make responses, and you actually have to, you're asked to make choices, to actually write on the pages. And I was reluctant to do that because I knew I had to go over these pages again. And when I went over them again, I wanted to be able to look at this question because it's not going to be something I've seen for the first time, but it's for the second or third or the fourth time. And I want to be able to see what my response will be. I want to use it as a means of finding out how I have changed as I've gone through this book. It is a book which a physician, a healer, can appreciate because it addresses the things that I think are unique for the physician who happens to be a human being and a healer.
I very much appreciate the idea that each time you read the curriculum, you find something new or novel that had not been noticed the first time around. This is the way it was designed, and I'm glad you picked that up. Thank you. Now that you have been introduced to the instrument which we call the contrasting wheels of behavior, how do you think you can modify or adapt this particular instrument for use in your practice?
First of all, this contrasting wheel of behavior has the positives and the negatives. The positives is the active listening, assertiveness, honest feedback, acceptance, compromise, and these are good things in communications and dealing with the people. The negatives are hostility, rage, inattention, manipulation, controlling, intimidation, and these are the roadblocks to communication as a surgeon, I recommend it to be in a posture in the operating room in front of the operating surgeon. So before he yell and scream and get angry with the nurse or the anesthesiologist or the assistant surgeon, he has to look at it and take a deep breath, time out, and cool down, and then he starts to talk, and I'm sure he will never be angry.
When I first saw these wheels, these posters, which the different aspects of human responses could be, I was actually a little frightened by the one that was in red. I don't know why, because it was explosive. And that was a negative wheel, I believe. And it had some very strong words in it, like words like rage, intimidation, manipulation. Those are all bad things. And they were all collected in one place. And right next to it, and I saw it, but I couldn't take my eye off the red, was the soft, calm blue wheel, which were the positive wheels. And the two sitting on a wall, sitting next to one another, I didn't know what to do with it. It was very, 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 it was intimidating. And I didn't think that I'd get it. But as I looked at the card, that was helpful because I got an opportunity with that card over the next night or two to get familiar with it, get comfortable with it. I could actually view it. I could accept it. And I wasn't really sure what to do with it. But as I sat down and worked with you, and you worked with me, you showed me, using examples from one of your other publications, that how this wheel worked. And as you showed me how to use it as a tool, then I realized how I could use it. I now know that I can take those posters and put them in my OR, and put them in my office, and then with time and with the process of introduction and explanation, and also give examples, they'll be able to see that this is truly a tool. It's a tool for communication. It's a tool for resolution of stress. And we have stress, plenty of stress.
I like your response to this particular instrument, and so that I think that there are many creative ways that can be used to master material that are on both of these wheels. Now that you've been exposed to the Anderson and Anderson curriculum for disruptive physicians, how would you explain to a potential client the value of such a program?
If you think that this program is not going to be helpful, or if you think this program is a waste of time, or you want to evaluate, go through it first. Give the process a chance. You're a smart person, you're capable, but you're here. And this program, and believe me, because I've completed it, this program is going to help you.
I felt that every human being should be aware of what you are doing. And if we follow what you taught us in this course, we will have peace in this world. You will sail smoothly in that complex web of life we have, and we will get along with your colleagues, and you will live longer, because anger caused nothing but a heart attack or stroke, and you will accomplish nothing.
I really am glad that you can see the value of this particular model for use with any group of people under almost any circumstances. This is very, very positive and growth producing, I think, for all of us. I would like to express my appreciation to Dr. Zaki as well as Dr. Doremus, both very, very busy surgeons who have given their time to share with us their feedback from the Anderson and Anderson curriculum for Disruptive Physicians. If you would like to gain additional information regarding our program, please visit our website at andersonservices.com.
So that's the physicians talking about anger management. Let me bring the gaining control 4.
Really, and I think that we should think about ways that we can share that. As a matter of fact, could we just take a minute and ask those who are here right now, what can Raj and I do with this particular video to expose more people, physicians in particular, to its usefulness? Valencia, what would you do if you had this?
Definitely would use it in group. If you are associated or work in an environment where there are doctors, I would introduce it to them, have a conversation. I mean, I work with doctors now and I've told them about you. So they are interested. So I really would just share with them how it could benefit them within their career or whatever agency they work for, to help them become more empathetic and emotionally intelligent, you know, when dealing with their client or providing services.
Melissa, what do you think about this?
Yeah, I'm thinking, I've never thought about it, and I didn't, when I was watching the video, I didn't realize, you know, that that environment also would benefit from something like this. Those are my thoughts.
Okay, that's good. And so, Valerie, what do you think?
I think that this could be tailored not only, you know, as a presentation for doctors, but I could see it in a educational, like administrators, counselors setting as well. And also, you know, in recovery programs, because they teach a lot of this as it is, but the way that it's laid out is so specific and strategic in steps that, yeah, I mean, you could take this and form it and direct it towards so many different professional, you know, types of people, policemen, firefighters. I could just see this, anybody in business could benefit from this. And it's simple, you know, but it's not easy, right? So I think that's kind of the key. It's broken down so that, you know, it's made a lot more easy. It's made easier. And the way that you're able to identify your own emotional intelligence and relate that to other people is key.
What I would like for the three of you to do is to, one, I ask this of everyone every time, go to LinkedIn and in addition to joining and connecting with me, write your response to this training. And going forward, let's think of ways that we can be creative. But keep in mind, I don't know if I underscored this, it is Roz who actually did the presentation. He's the one that made it so exciting with what he added to it, and so that he can do similar things for you independently of me if that's something that interests you. And I would encourage you to do it. In the interest of time, we're going to probably have to move now to gaining control of ourselves.
I missed the last part, George. Could you repeat the last part?
In the interest of time, we're going to have to go now and see gaining control of ourselves, starting with lesson 4.
Yeah. So, yeah, I have that on my screen. Let me bring that up. Okay, there you go. This is gaining control 4. Okay, it's on mute.
Identify them. Lesson 4. Stress Management. Overview. Stress and its effects. Stressors and how to identify them. Negative self-talk and its effects. How to develop positive self-talk. Overcoming stress. Vocabulary. Stress, a mismatch between the demands in our lives and the resources we have to deal with those demands. Stressor, a situation or event that triggers stress when we interpret it as stressful. Self-talk, inner conversations and commentary we have with ourselves as we go about our day. Affirmations, positive statements that empower us by reframing our thinking. Stress management. What is stress? Stress is a mismatch between the demands made on us and our ability to meet those demands. Stress is an unwanted response that is felt when our minds cannot deal with a challenge. Some effects of stress. Job problems, school problems, uneasiness about the future, problems with family or friends, bad habits, sleeplessness, sadness or gloom, fatigue, headaches, chest pains, heartburn, changes in eating habits, weight loss or gain, use of alcohol or drugs, serious diseases. What is a stressor? A stressor is an event, situation or thought that we allow to cause us stress. Our reactions to stress are controlled by our minds. We may not be able to control the stressor, but we can control our minds. We can learn to deal with the stressors. We can use the stress in our lives rather than being helplessly controlled by it. List of stressors. Check each stressor that you notice in your life. Checking time often, eating and or moving very fast, rushing to places when there is no need, standing in lines, walking fast even though you are not in a hurry, trying to do everything perfectly, not getting along with others, getting angry when someone says you did something wrong, always trying to beat others, not getting things done on time, worrying about things. Identifying stressors exercise. Following is a list of common stressors. You will see some of them as big stress in your life. Others will be less important to you. Place a 1, 2 or 3 next to the stressors that affect you in one way or another. If a stressor does not affect you at all, leave it blank. Think about other stressors not listed and rank them the same way. After ranking all the stressors, choose the 3 most powerful stressors in your life. You'll use these 3 stressors in your first stress management plan. Stressors. School, family, work related. Unable to express angry feelings, exhaustion or fatigue. Family, school, difficulty with time management, losing, being cut off in traffic, too much responsibility and too little control over events. Anger about things over which you have no control. Loneliness or isolating yourself from others. Never getting a fair share. Overwhelmed because so many exciting things are happening to you. Short of money. Feeling helpless or hopeless. Too many assignments to complete. Pressures to do things you feel you're unable to do. Destructive thinking and negative self-talk. It is negative self-talk which determines how we react to a situation. Experts say that we have about 60,000 thoughts each day. 90% of these thoughts are the same ones we had the day before. We can be aware of these thoughts, but we usually tend not to give them much attention. These negative thoughts are so successful at causing stress because we usually don't notice them. Worry. Our negative thoughts about stressors often manifest as worry. Worrying is about as effective as trying to solve an algebra equation by chewing bubblegum. Examples of negative self-talk. Asking for help is a sign of weakness. My future is determined by my past. I have no control over my own happiness. It's better to avoid problems than to face them. If I'm not perfect, I'm no good at all. If I try hard enough, people will like me. Negative self-talk. 9 categories. Number 1, digital thinking. You see things as black or white. A situation is either a 1 or a 0 with no in-between value, either good or bad, black or white, hot or cold. This destructive belief leads to self-talk such as, if I'm not perfect, then I'm a complete failure. Number 2, hot stove thinking. You make your mind up about something based on a single event. Such a destructive belief can be valuable the first time you touch a hot stove. You quickly learn never to touch one again. But most events in life are not hot stoves, and it becomes destructive or harmful to assume that what has happened in the past will always happen again. Number 3, telepathic thinking. You believe you can read other people's minds. You assume you know what they are thinking and how they feel about you. Number 4, Chicken Little thinking. You make the importance of an event larger than it really is, seeing disaster where there is none. Chicken Little is a folktale character who, when hit with a drop of rain, jumps to the conclusion that the whole sky is about to fall. 5, center of the universe thinking. You feel everyone else's behavior is a reaction to you, and you always compare yourself to others. 6, control myopia. You are not able to tell the difference between things you can and cannot control. Among the things you can control, you cannot tell the difference between those which are important and those which can be ignored. Number 7, finger pointing. You feel a bad event is always someone's fault, often your own. You look only at punishing the people who did wrong and lose sight of solving the problem. Number 8, hall monitor mindset. You feel there is a code of behavior that must be followed by you and others. You feel bad when the rules aren't followed and you see the injustice of it all when you should be thinking of problem solving. Number 9, emote-controlled thinking. You think your feelings are known to everyone. You believe that if you feel a certain way, then the facts of the situation must be in line with that feeling. Analyze your destructive thinking. Look at the types of stress you have in your life and determine which of the following may apply. Digital thinking, hot stove thinking, telepathic thinking, Chicken Little thinking, center of the universe thinking, control myopia, finger pointing thinking, hall monitor mindset, emote controlled thinking. How to conquer stress. The best ways to handle stress, use 4 tools. Number 1, affirmative or positive thinking. Number 2, taking charge of your thinking. Number 3, relaxing or letting go of worry or pressure. Number 4, taking care of your body. Replacing a harmful belief with an affirmative or positive one can be done by following a 3-step process. Keep in mind that changing a habit takes a lot of work. In order to unlearn a harmful belief and replace it with an affirmative one, you must be willing to work toward a goal every day for several weeks. Once you make this commitment or promise to yourself, your chances of success increase greatly. 3-step process. Affirmative thinking. Number 1, listen. Pay attention to your unwanted stress reactions. Number 2, analyze. Are the messages your mind is giving you really true? What's the tone of the self-talk? Is it mostly negative? If so, what type of harmful belief does it represent? Here we see examples of digital thinking, hot stove thinking, Chicken Little thinking, and control myopia, among others. Number 3, replace. Replace negative self-talk with positive self-talk based on affirmative beliefs. By making a new habit of affirmative thinking and positive self-talk, you will be able to control your unwanted reactions to stress. Affirmations to manage stress. I control my emotions. I get rid of all tensions. I take charge of my life. I can deal with stress. I let go and have fun every day. I have time to do my work every day. My life is great just the way it is. I am excited about my life. Summary. Stress is a mismatch between the demands made on us and our ability to meet those demands. A stressor is an event, situation, or thought that we allow to cause us stress. Our negative thoughts about stressors often manifest as worry. Replace harmful beliefs with affirmative or positive ones. Overcoming stress by listening to your self-talk, analyzing the messages you give yourself, and replacing the harmful ones with affirmations. For further information, why not try some of these resources? Evaluation. 1. Stress indicates a proper...
Sorry, George?
Let them answer each of the questions, and then we're going to take a pause and discuss it for a little while.
Okay.
So what's the answer to number one? Stress indicates a proper match between our abilities and demands made upon us. Is that true or false? Have to respond.
I believe it's true.
Identifying stressors is an important technique of stress management.
True.
Absolutely.
Remote control thinking is an effective form of stress management.
No.
Replacing negative self-talk with affirmative belief helps to reduce stress.
Heck
True.
yeah.
Okay, so here's a question for all of you. The whole point of using video, as I explained earlier, is because that's an effective way for some people.
Replacing negative.
Yeah, sorry.
So the question that I'm asking now is, on this particular one that we just watched, when you're talking about stress management from this book, would you show this video before you start on the topic or after you've completed what's in the book? There's no right or wrong answer. I just want feedback.
Oh, yeah.
Yes,
For me, I think before.
Okay, I like that. Then what's the rationale? Because
I think it just lays the framework of the writing assignments and the discussion that it's going to elicit afterwards.
and see, that's the way I think too, but it doesn't have to be right. But so what I want you what I want you to leave with is that I don't want you to be rigid. You do whatever you want, and if you do it one way, try it the other way if you want to. It doesn't matter. I'm interested in the end results. That's what is really important to me. And so that I also, this is the third rendition of this book. We don't accept things and just leave wherever. And so, I'm sure my son or someone will edit it again at a different point. But so what did you think about that particular video in general? I mean, again, it's something that's free to you, and you can use it as often as you want, however it is. I think that that's not a bad deal. But any other comments? Melissa, what do you think?
I'm trying to think because the one I've been working with, I'll be working with teenagers with the anger management. And I feel like I have to get really creative. Just watching your video, like how you engage, you had everybody talking, engaging in the conversation. It just had me thinking like, okay, with teenagers, because I work with them, but it's mostly like one-on-ones, which is different. Yeah, I haven't done like the group thing. And I noticed that it takes some sessions before I can gain their trust and for them to open up and share. So I'm trying to like, in my mind, I'm like, oh, how am I going to do this?
Is it possible for this to change over time and you may be able to do some of this in groups? The reason is that it will be useful for your agency to get contacts with some of the schools, because when they suspend a kid, they lose a huge amount of money. And if you could help them keep that kid in the school, that would be really useful for your agency, because there's a lot of money involved. So anyway, just think about it. But I don't know what to suggest regarding individuals. All I can say is that it may give you some suggestions about role playing. But again, you can't role play with one person. So I can see the challenge. If I come up with some more suggestions, I will send some. Okay. Can we go to another one, Raj?
Yeah. Let me bring gaining control 5. Yeah. And also I'm going to send an email with the links or whatever we have covered, all the videos which you are seeing. This also will be sent in the email as part of day one resources.
Stress management. Overview. 1. Stress prevention is the strongest form of stress management. 2. Manage your life. 3. Manage your stresses. 4. Manage your stress. Vocabulary. Values. Deeply held beliefs about what is most important to you, generally rooted in emotional needs. Shadow values. Unconsciously held values that can sabotage reaching your goals. Goals. Milestones for helping you to live your life by your values and realize achievements consistent with those values. Preventing stress. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Stress is frequently easier to avoid than to relieve. 3 hierarchical strategies for stress management. 1. Manage your life. 2. Manage your stresses. 3. Manage your stress. Hierarchical strategies. A set of strategies to be applied at different levels of problem solving. Manage your life. Planning and management can prevent many stresses from occurring. Manage your stresses. In a managed life, some stresses will appear. Deal with these causes of stress before it gets overwhelming. Manage your stress. Even when the first 2 strategies have been applied, sometimes we will feel stressed out. Take steps to manage the remaining stress. Manage your life. There are many systems for organizing and planning your life. Pick one and use it. This will help prevent stress from last-minute responsibilities. Eliminate the phrase, "I don't have time to," from your vocabulary. You have the same 24 hours in each day that everybody else does. Instead, say, "I choose to spend my time doing." Identify your values. Your values are the principles that you hold in highest regard for living. List what your values are, then arrange them in descending order from most important to least important. Review this list frequently. Let it guide you in assigning priorities for activities in life. Values and needs. Our most important values have their roots in our deepest needs. For each of the values you listed, list the emotional needs that underlie them. Notice how some values connect to multiple needs, and some needs support multiple values. Use these lists of values and needs to help you set priorities for your life, both in the immediate term and the long term. Goals and values. Values alone aren't enough. Let your values and needs inform you as you set your goals. Each goal for your life, whether a daily goal or a long-term goal, should relate directly to at least one of your values. Make a list of goals, both short-term and long-term. Plan your activities to fulfill your values and goals. Missing the target. You will discover that you don't live up to some of your values, or that you can't seem to take effective action towards some of your goals. These failures are not really failure at all. They are an indication that your list of values and goals are incomplete. You have ignored your shadow values. Shadow values. One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. Shadow values are the things you value unconsciously. While you ignore them, they impede your progress. When you become aware of them, they can empower you. Discovering our shadow values. With each failure to work towards a goal or to live out a value, you gain information about your shadow values. Ask yourself, what must I give up to attain these goals? Knowing what you don't want to give up will reveal unmet needs. List these needs and see what new set of values they might relate to. Evaluate these shadow values. Are any of them useful? Then add them to your list of values. Are some of them unhelpful? Then examine the needs connected to these values and see if you can fulfill them in a positive way that will strengthen your conscious value system. Managing your life. Let your values guide your life. Base your goals on your values. Take steps every day to achieve your goals. When you can't seem to work towards a goal, consider whether it's a lower priority or whether a shadow value is trying to be exposed. Basic time management. Divide everything into 3 classes based on your values: important, urgent, other. Take care of the important things first. Plan ahead so that the urgent matters don't cause stress. Deal with others when you get the chance. Manage your stresses. Even though you manage your life, some stresses will remain or surprise you. There are 3 steps for managing stresses. 1. Awareness. Identify your stresses. 2. Acceptance. Accept them and work to do what must be done. 3. Coping skills. Use positive skills to cope with stresses. 1. Awareness. Identify the stresses. Identify how your thoughts and emotions give the stressors more power. Reframe the stressors in a way that empowers you. 2. Acceptance. Grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. It does no good to rant and rage against how things are. Things are the way they are. Change starts with acceptance of what is. Active acceptance. Acceptance means more than just sighing and letting things be. Accepting the situation means accepting your discomfort with the situation and having the desire to change it. In accordance with your values, you may find it important to work for change, or you may find it important to accept things quietly and move on with your life. Acceptance and self-talk. Coach your way through stresses. Use self-talk to reduce them and empower yourself. Here are some examples. This too shall pass. I will survive. Whatever doesn't destroy me makes me stronger. Number 3, coping. Cope with the stressor itself. Can you find ways to mitigate it? Can you simplify the problem? Do you need to let go of something you're clinging tightly to? Follow your values and let go. Use family, friends, and support groups. Manage your stress. If you haven't been able to prevent stress entirely, manage your stress itself. Physical exercise, both aerobic and stretching, like yoga, is an excellent way to manage stress. Some other calming strategies include meditation, listening to calming music, and visiting a natural place to relax. Relaxation exercise, preparation. Sit comfortably in a dimly lighted room where you won't be disturbed. Wear loose, comfortable clothing. Use the cleansing breath from Anger First Aid in Lesson 3. Don't hold on to any thoughts that intrude. Let them float away like soap bubbles on a gentle breeze. Dedicate 5 to 30 minutes to this exercise. Relaxation exercise. Count down from 5 to 0, taking a cleansing breath with each count, becoming more relaxed and calm with each breath. Continue to take cleansing breaths. Scan your body for where you feel the most relaxed. Breathe into that relaxed part of the body. Visualize that you're shining a warm, comfortable, relaxing sunbeam onto it. Let your breath come naturally and deeply as you continue to relax and amplify your comfort. Think peace during your inhale and release during your exhale. Summary. Stress prevention is easier than stress management. Manage your life. Know your values and goals and take steps to attain them. Acknowledge your shadow values and find ways to fulfill the needs that underlie them. Manage your stresses through awareness, acceptance, and coping. Manage your stress through fitness, exercise, and relaxation. For further information, try some of these resources. Evaluation.
Okay, let's answer the question. There's nothing we can do to prevent stress in our lives. True or false?
False.
Our values are values we are unaware of holding.
True.
Okay. Dresses must always be accepted just as they are. Trying to change them is a waste of time.
False.
You can use a series of cleansing breaths to help relax away from stress.
True.
Yes. One of the things that I am aware of is that tomorrow we need to spend time with the adolescent book as opposed to the adult book, because I don't think that it's fair, although I did send all the information to everybody. And so then what I'd like you to do is look at the handout also that I sent. It's in the material that you have. And it just says, you know, adolescent anger management. Everyone should have received this in the download. And also, this is the book, the client workbook, that we're going to be focusing on a little bit tomorrow. And so I think that
I don't think I received that. I don't know that I received that.
Raj, is this a part? Do they have both books?
Yeah, controlling ourselves. It's the same ebook which we went through, right?
No, this is the adult version.
That's the one I have.
Right. Yeah, that's on the book you got. But what happened is that you got this on a download. Is that right, Raj?
Managing angry feelings.
Did they get this on the download?
Yeah, this is in the download. So let me share. This is like an older version of the same one, right?
That's right. And so that's what they will get, because I never promised to give you all of the things that I'm giving you anyway. And so I can't add that. It costs me, it's too costly.
Yeah, it's in the downloads, Valerie. Yeah, the same book, Controlling Ourselves, had been sent. It's in the download. It's in the email attachment.
And that's what you have to use. And so that the way it works is that you can buy as many copies as you want. And O'Neill knows that. We can't give the books away because it cost me a huge amount. And again, it wasn't really promised. But okay, we should take a break, I think.
Okay.
Come back in 10 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, let's come back in 10 minutes. And before we come back in 10 minutes, I thought, okay, let me show you is what I thought, but I have it somewhere. Okay, that's okay. Let's come back in 10 minutes. We'll do, I have a surprise. In fact, it's about everything which we went through, but it's in the presentation. I was supposed to walk you through that presentation. In fact, there's an old presentation, but we'll talk about it. Thank you.
And what was that? You let them go, and then you and I can talk.
Okay.
You guys can take the break.
Yeah. So, I mean, the presentation which had been sent, George. So let me see if I can bring that one on the screen.
But did you receive an email from me after our last session? And I said that we can't give away all of this.
Yeah. So
reason is that this is not a class for working with doing emotional. No, but it's not emotional intelligence coaching for physicians. And so there's a gift. I was going to give them a copy of the book, but not the whatever you call it, copy of the training today. So that's what you said. And so my suggestion is that you take care of that in terms of an email. Just said I simply made a mistake. That's not available, because let me show you what I had written down. I guess you couldn't read it anyway. I was going to surprise you and tell them, which is something that I mentioned slightly, is that if they want a copy of what we covered today, they can get it for $65.
Yeah, that's again with the recording, right?
Not a gift yet, but not a gift.
Okay. And
because there's only 2 people, I'm not making anything anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, really. So no, don't, and always check with me before announcing that you're going to do that. But we can't do that. So it's best to let this go for today. Don't send it, and so that.
What about this as in quick overview of whatever happened today? This is again with respect to the positive wheel, negative wheel, and the contrasting wheels.
Right, and so
is it
that's
okay?
fine. But is that, will that work for adolescents?
Okay. I mean, so this is only for adolescents, as in this is not part of the certification training.
This is adult anger management, and so that I wanted the adolescent version. That's adult.
Oh, adult
so
anger.
Adolescent.
Okay.
Adolescent.
I mean, with whatever we finished today, I mean, this is again a quick summary of everything which we had been through. But that's okay, as in, it's good. This is amazing, by the way,
but it's amazing what you've done also. And so I recognize that, but we just can't give it away.
Yeah.
The reason is the organization, for example, that both people work for, when they have new people come, why would they send a new person? All they have to do is let them look at all the information. You follow me?
Yeah, that's right. But again, it is the experience which you share and the insights which you share more than the videos out there. It's again the learnings which you share with them in a structured way. If they go through the recordings, I'm sure that if I share the recordings with anybody for that matter, nobody would be going through it all by themselves, because people don't have that drive, or again, it's a human behavior, I would say. We don't finish most of the courses which we buy for self-learning unless there is somebody who is walking us through, unless there is a mentor or somebody who is like a coach who will guide us. That's what I feel. But again,
that's okay for an opinion, but I don't want to give my stuff away. I just not have that experience. I give away a lot of stuff anyway, but not as much. It's like it's just overkill. There's no real good reason. I don't want to do that. And so that I still need to cover tomorrow. And so that I actually independently of you had sent the, I believe her name is Melissa. Melissa was supposed to have come to the other training that we had, that you and I did some time ago. And she wasn't able to come, or something happened. She explained that to her. And so that she already has, which is the same thing that I have in my book, and that is this. And so you don't have this, or do you? Take a look at it. Look at
yeah, I do have. Yeah, I do have that.
And so that's what we're going to go through tomorrow, because I don't know that we have enough for the whole day if we don't, without going over something again. Right?
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, that copy, if they already have a copy of that, it's good. So this is the one, right?
Yeah.
This is also good.
In fact, it's simple. Since you have it, instead of them going to, or even me, that's what you pull up tomorrow. And just let it be on the screen. Is that right?
Yeah.
And so that the other part has to do with the facilitator's guide. And we know you have that. And so that I can tell you that some of the things that I will cover, there are different forms in this book, the different forms that we use.
Yeah, the various forms which are there, I guess.
Yeah, that's what we're going to cover tomorrow. And then the final part will be how to establish and maintain a private practice. Yeah. Because I didn't tell you this, but it costs, it's like the color stuff that you were showing a while ago. The amount that they charge me is almost $1 a page. That stuff. It costs a fortune. And so
Yeah,
that
more than that, again, it's I completely agree. It's even those videos, the insights which are in those videos. I know people who sell it for $25,000 or $10,000. The same content.
yeah, and so
Tony
you
Robbins does it.
can't get it away. In Americans, they will ask for more and more and more. It doesn't matter. But more importantly, I'm excited because I didn't know that you had all that as a start. But I'd like for us at some point to have a longer chat in which we purposely come up with something that we already have, and some of the stuff you've already done. As a matter of fact, the one that you had done on physicians that we had just covered earlier,
yeah,
I would like us to take a look at that again, and at the very least, we either figure out a way of selling it or having it put on the new website. I would rather sell it, and it's because most of the people who are trying to do coaching for physicians have no training in anything. There's something that's called life coaching, and anyone in the world can be a life coach just by saying I'm a life coach.
Yeah, the ICF does it. $5,000, $3,000. I know people who been a victim to spending thousands of dollars who are not. I mean, they feel that they wasted their money. I spoke to a few physicians through telehealth today. I'm part of this other network where be it therapists, be it clinicians, practitioners, basically. There's a practitioner who shared the same kind of feedback because they're not well with marketing themselves, and I bumped into one of them on LinkedIn, marketing themselves and all. But we should do the physician training, even the emotional intelligence for physicians. That should be out there in the new website.
It's on there anyway, but the difference is that it's listed on my website, and you should look at it when you get a chance. It is a much longer program, and it costs over $3,000. Not like you were pointing out. I've been charging $1,500 for this, but not for that. And yeah, not for that. That's right. Here it is. Just that's it. Coach training.
Is it the coaching?
Yeah, yeah. Look at the price on that one.
That's $6,000. Yeah.
That's the coaching with me. But I was talking about training people to do the coaching. So
okay.
go to services. Coach training, right above that. One more up.
Okay,
right
coach
there.
training.
One more up, right there.
Okay, coach training. Okay. Okay, so this is emotional intelligence, different modules. Okay, 4,000.
Yeah, so it's almost $4,000. So I don't want to come up with something that's less expensive. The opposite is the case. I like to market that.
And I like the sample, which is right here. Okay, it's not.
But that's different. That's a sample of what you can do after you've had the training.
Yeah, but that's not uploaded. There's no sample there. Probably they're trying. It's a non. I can't look at the sample.
Okay, that's the problem with the people with my website, and so that I'm in the process of having someone else make corrections, and so I'll have to include that. So I don't know how long it takes.
That's okay. I'll text you saying the sample is missing there. Probably that could be.
Yeah, that would be good, and I can just run it onto the person who's doing it. But are the things that you're doing paying off for you? The marketing on LinkedIn.
Yeah. That's okay. So sample report, download sample report, missing. Or I'll email you this, like the download sample report missing on so and so link. Probably you can forward the mail to the website guys who worked on it.
Yeah. Do you still have contact with your friend from Direct?
Direct shifts. Yeah, I mean, he's in touch. I have his WhatsApp number. He's in communication. Did I tell you that he was my childhood friend right from? I mean,
You did, and so that do you do any work for him now?
Not at the moment. But again, we are in talks, as in I'm not doing any active work for him. But we're all part of this our school alumni group and all. He's in touch. He was active yesterday also.
Good. You know that's where Rachel is with him.
Yeah, that's right. Rachel is still with Direct Shifts. I see that.
Yeah.
I mean, is Rachel still in touch with you?
No, not at all. But America's a little different, I think, than what you think. Is that I paid for her to get the training, and I mean the training was doing the assessment. That cost, that training is like $2,000 that I paid, and it didn't work out well.
$2,000. How much dollars?
2,000.
I mean,
the assessment.
2,000 or 200?
No, 2,000.
Oh my. Oh God.
It was just part of it. I did a what do you call it? Press release. I paid $800 for a press release just for her. And so that no, I don't want to do that much more. But in any case, it looks like not everyone is back, but Valerie has been having just an absolute good time. What do you think, Valerie? You could buy the company. I'm 85, and so I may have to retire. You can.
Sounds like you have a son.
What?
Is your son married? Just kidding. Strike that from the record. He's very handsome.
So, okay, you're not going to buy Anderson & Anderson?
And
I can't hear what she said.
She asked if your son married. He's very handsome.
No. Valerie's frozen. It could be the internet. I mean, you couldn't hear her because maybe it's her internet. Maybe she's trying to log in again. Or...
Okay.
So we on the screen where we were supposed to be. Okay, probably she's trying to log in again. You want this on the screen still, George? Like,
No. That's tomorrow.
Okay.
We're going to go back to getting.
You were frozen. We couldn't hear what you said.
My computer. I'm sorry. My connection for some reason is acting up.
That's because you said you weren't going to buy Anderson & Anderson.
No, I'm bought in for sure.
Okay.
Okay, so.
Okay, you can go ahead with gaining control.
What's up? It's Billy Jean. And
yeah, so let me bring the 6.
Yeah. I don't know how many it is. Is it 8? What's the total number?
Yeah, we have 7, and we have 8.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to go all of them.
Emotion.
I guess probably we'll. Okay, let me quickly.
Emotional intelligence. Learning self-awareness and
Sorry?
Yes, please.
Okay.
control while developing empathy. Overview. In this section, you will learn about the new concept of emotional intelligence. Learn to apply emotional intelligence techniques in your life. Use emotional intelligence to manage your anger and develop deeper empathy. Vocabulary. Emotional intelligence. The ability to understand one's own feelings and behavior, as well as the capacity to sense the feelings and needs of others and to use this information in a way that enhances interpersonal relationships. Empathy. The ability to resonate with the feelings of another, to see things from their perspective. Emotions. Highly intense, fleeting, and sometimes disruptive to work. An emotional episode usually leaves a lingering mood. Moods. Less intense, longer-lasting feelings that typically don't interfere with the job at hand. Lingering mood. A low-key, continual flow of feeling throughout an entire group. The 4 domains of emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence, EI, encompasses 4 domains. 1. Self-awareness. 2. Self-control. 3. Social awareness. 4. Relationship management. Self-awareness facilitates both empathy and self-control. Empathy and self-control combine to provide effective relationship management. Number 1. Self-awareness. Self-awareness includes emotional self-awareness, reading one's own emotions and recognizing their impact, accurate self-assessment, knowing one's strengths and limits, self-confidence, a sound sense of one's self-worth and capabilities. 2. Self-control. Self-control includes emotional self-control, keeping disruptive emotions and impulses under control. Transparency, displaying honesty and integrity, trustworthiness. Adaptability, flexibly adapting to changing situations or new obstacles. Achievement, the drive to perform to meet personal standards. Initiative, readiness to act and seize opportunities. Optimism, seeing the possibilities in events. The glass is half full. Number 3. Social awareness. Social awareness includes empathy, sensing others' emotions, understanding their perspectives, and taking active interest in their concerns. Group awareness, reading the currents, decision networks, and politics at the group level. Service, recognizing and meeting the needs of others. Number 4. Relationship management. Relationship management includes inspiration, motivating and empowering with a compelling vision. Influence, impacting decisions and outcomes while respecting the rights of others. Mentoring, helping others to develop. Conflict management, resolving disagreements. Collaboration, partnership, cooperation, and teamwork. Self-awareness, the foundation. Without self-awareness, we cannot be aware of our emotions. We cannot manage emotions we are not aware of, so our emotions will tend to be out of control. Out of control emotions impair our ability to experience empathy and to connect with others. When our emotions are out of control, our relationships suffer. We do not have social awareness or the ability for social management. Self-awareness and anger. An example. Self-awareness allows us to notice unpleasant feelings, for example, resentment. Self-control allows us to use assertive communication to resolve our emotions. Thus, the resentment does not continue to fester, finally bursting out as rage. Emotions and feelings. Emotion, from Latin e and motere. E, a prefix meaning out or away. Motere, meaning to move, as in motor. Emotion literally means to move away from. Emotion, a set of body-rooted survival mechanisms that have evolved to turn us away from danger and propel us forward to things that may be of benefit. Feelings, the mental awareness of emotions. The importance of emotions. 1. The neurologist Antonio Damasio had a patient, Elliot, who had a brain tumor removed from an area near the front of his brain. Elliot's IQ did not drop after the surgery, His memory was fine, and his powers of calculation and deduction were unaffected. Elliot's ability to feel emotions was severed. A life without emotion, without joy or love, sadness or anger, sounds boring. But at least it would allow one to make rational decisions, especially in a moment of crisis, or so one would expect. Not so with Elliot. He seemed unable to function efficiently in any capacity. He found it hard to make the simplest decision or to pursue any plan to fruitful conclusion. Elliot needed prompting to get up each day. Once at work, he could waste an entire day trying to decide what to do first. The root of Elliot's problem, emotions, no longer registered. Without them, he could not evaluate one thing over another. He could generate a full range of appropriate actions, but none of them felt preferable to any other. He could not choose between alternatives and ended up bankrupt. Emotions allow us to choose. Elliot's condition, as well as further studies, shows that our emotions help us make decisions. Without them, we cannot make even the simplest choices. Why? Because we don't know how we will feel about our choices. Emotions bring people together. Our emotions are perhaps the greatest potential source of uniting all members of the human race. They are what make us human. Clearly, our various religious, cultural, and political beliefs have not united us. Far too often, they have even divided us. Emotions are universal. Emotions unite us. For example, the emotions of empathy, the ability to understand someone else's feelings, compassion, the ability to care about and to give to someone else, cooperation, the ability to work together to achieve a common goal, forgiveness, the ability to pardon someone for a grievance against you. All these emotions have the potential to unite us as people. Our thoughts may divide us, whereas our emotions, if given the chance, will unite us. Emotions can guide us. Our emotions developed over millions of years of evolution. They can serve us today as a guidance system. They let us know when any natural human need is not being met. Anger and emotions. Anger is a secondary emotion. Beneath anger is always a primary emotion, such as fear, frustration, or sadness. The primary emotion comes from an unmet need. Our anger can become a signal to look for our unmet needs and care for them. Anger management pyramid. Anger is a secondary emotion, rising out of some primary emotion, such as loneliness, which signals an unmet human need, such as the need for connection. Anger, the visible emotion. Anger tends to feel powerful at the time. It gives us an illusory sense of control. It blinds us to our primary emotions, since they tend to feel weak and uncomfortable. We rarely notice what lies beneath our anger. Primary emotions, signals. We rarely notice our primary emotions. We quickly move through them and into anger. Becoming aware of our primary emotions gives us the choice of proceeding to anger or examining our needs. Negative primary emotions. When we feel angry, our primary emotions are negative emotions. Negative means that they come from unmet needs. An unmet need for connection to other people may give rise to loneliness, a negative emotion. Positive emotions come from fulfilled needs. When our need for connection is fulfilled, we may experience happiness or love, both positive emotions. Working effectively with primary emotions. By ignoring our primary emotions and emotional needs, we may actually move further from fulfilling them. If we act out our anger, we tend to push others away from us. This leaves our need for connection unfulfilled and increases our loneliness. If we look beneath our anger, we can discover what we need and work to get our needs met. Realizing that we need to connect, we can use appropriate communications to connect with a friend, or we can learn to soothe ourselves with self-talk, taking care of our unmet needs. Unmet needs, the root. By understanding our unmet needs, we can develop a strategy to fulfill them. We can share them with people who are close. We can work to self-soothe, to nurture ourselves instead of acting out. Unmet needs, a time to heal. Often, When using the ABCD process of the anger log, we discover that our beliefs are quite childish. I want to do what I want to do, and I get angry when anybody gets in my way. If we don't act out our anger, we reparent the childishness inside us by using self-control. By using the anger pyramid to discover and fulfill our needs, we nurture the child within and become more mature and less afflicted with childish reasons to act out. Anger management and EI. Self-awareness helps us recognize that we are starting to feel angry, our primary emotions, our unmet needs. Self-control allows us to care for our needs instead of acting out. Empathy will help us see the primary emotions and needs in those who are angry with us. Relationship management can provide a context for meeting our needs in a healthy way. Working with feelings. We experience a broad mix of feelings every day. Learn to understand our feelings. Learn to name them. Begin to understand their causes and effects. They will help us gain a greater ability to manage our behavior in any situation. Naming feelings. During the day, notice how you feel. Say to yourself, I feel. This helps to recognize feelings, develop a broader emotional vocabulary, strengthen yourself as an observer and manager of your feelings. Recognize that feelings come and go, and that you are more than your feelings. Do not say, I am. This wording fails to recognize your observer self, implies that you are your feelings, makes the feeling seem permanent. Recognize patterns of behavior. Our brain follows patterns. First, there is an action or stimulus. This leads to a response. Over time, the response can become almost automatic. It requires conscious effort to change or interrupt the automatic process. Beliefs control behavior. Brain patterns lead to behavior patterns. At a young age, we learn how to cope, how to get our needs met, how to protect ourselves. These strategies reinforce each other, and we develop a complex structure of beliefs to support the reasonableness of our behaviors. You can change if you want. As we become more conscious of the patterns we exhibit, it becomes possible to analyze these beliefs and replace them if they are inappropriate. Interrupt the pattern and replace it with conscious behavior that moves us closer to our real goals. This may seem simple, but it's not easy. But it is not difficult to begin. It can be as simple as a brief pause to allow the conscious brain to begin to intervene in the pattern. Summary. Emotional intelligence is the ability to know and control yourself while understanding and relating effectively to others. Emotions are important. We cannot make decisions without them. They serve as signals when things aren't going right. By working with our emotions, we can transform old patterns into new, effective ways of dealing with situations. For more information, try some of these resources. Evaluation.
Same as again, emotions are dangerous and should be ignored or repressed. What's the answer?
False.
No.
Good. Emotions are a vital part of decision making.
True.
Yeah, anger is the primary emotion that springs out of the mind without warning.
Ooh. True, I think.
It's false. Naming our feelings is part of the process of developing emotional intelligence.
Absolutely true.
Yeah. So here's the question, though. What about this information? Does this give you a better understanding of emotional intelligence?
It's a lot of information. It's very meaty. It's a lot to chew on.
It is, and I understand that. And so that the issue to keep in mind is that our whole curriculum is built on this. And so we've tried to put it in little pieces as best we can. And this repetition, we say the same thing over and over again. And sometimes we change the wording just a little bit, but we can't change the core of emotional intelligence, yet we recognize how important it is. And so that if there are things that you can experiment along the way, we have an organization, and it's on LinkedIn, it's called the American Association of Anger Management Providers. And you can go to the link and look at it. The problem was, it was not my idea, but I did training for the probation department in Dallas, Texas. And there was a person who had attended who was not related to them, but they let me in advance invite other people who wanted to attend and maybe from Texas but not related to probation. Except this person was actually from Miami. He was a psychologist. And so he kept saying, my goodness, he said, this is great. He says, why isn't there an organization representing anger management providers all over the country? And I said, I don't know. I think it's a good idea. And so he finally said, well, why don't you start one? I said, I can't do that. I just don't have that kind of time. So he and I flew from, let's say, Dallas to Houston or something like that, in which case he changed planes and so did I. But in any case, he said, look, would you let me do it? And I said, yes. And so I sent him all the information of people who we had trained. He founded the organization, and right away, within 2 or 3 months, he realized he couldn't do it because he didn't have a staff at all. It was just a one-person private practice. And so that I hate failure, and so that I wound up taking over. In a nutshell, I'm the one who spent all the money during the whole years that I was in operation. We had a very successful conference that was at the, whatever you call it, in Los Angeles, the convention center. And I don't remember how many people came, but probably 100, 110 or something like that. And then finally, I, decided that, I'd have to close it down because I just couldn't pay for it. It's a nonprofit. But you can go to LinkedIn and learn a little bit about it and take a look at the, what we used to do. If anyone is interested in it, fine, but not any more investment. In any case, I don't know how I got off on that. I strongly believe that no matter what it is that you do, if you incorporate emotional intelligence, you could hear what those two physicians said. And again, both of these are surgeons, and surgeons are not that dumb. And they were right, I think. And so that both of them are now since retired, but I keep in contact with a lot of the physicians who I see. And so that, I don't know, I'm just rounding. I don't know what else. We lost somebody, one person, I think maybe she had to leave for the day. But so what else do we need to cover? I think we have maybe time for one more, maybe. Yeah, developing empathy. Is that the next one? That's 7. So we do 7 and 8?
Yeah.
In this class, you will learn to use self-talk to increase emotional intelligence, learn to avoid emotional contagion, learn to strengthen your empathy. Vocabulary: impeccable, without fault. Self-talk: the inner conversations we have with ourselves all the time, frequently without noticing them. Reframing: finding another way to interpret a situation, your feelings or thoughts. Emotional contagion: the automatic spread of feelings from one person to another. The 4 Agreements. Don Miguel Ruiz's book, The 4 Agreements, exposes self-limiting beliefs and shows how to strengthen emotional intelligence. Be impeccable with your word. Don't take anything personally. Don't make assumptions. Always do your best. Be impeccable with your word. Impeccable literally means faultless. Honesty is the first interpretation of this agreement. Being honest with yourself is a necessary component of self-awareness. Being honest with others is a necessary component of relationship management. But impeccability goes beyond simple honesty. Impeccability expanded. How we use our words to communicate with others will be covered more deeply in the lessons on communication, 8 and 9. Be impeccable with your word also means using your self-talk in a healthy way. Self-talk refers to the inner conversations we have with ourselves all the time, frequently without noticing them. Self-talk. Often, Self-talk is negative and hurtful. Oh, I'm such an idiot to have done that again. Self-talk may be aimed at others and lead to anger. What a jerk he is. Is he too stupid to use his turn signal? Being impeccable with our word means learning to reframe our self-talk. Transforming self-talk. 1. Here's an example. One day, a slow car caused Jake to miss a green light and he had to wait. He laid on his horn, made finger signals and shouted rude words at the other driver, who was now through the intersection. Then Jake began to feel bad about his behaviour. He knew that he shouldn't lose his temper like that. What an idiot I am, he told himself. I know I shouldn't lose my temper. Then another thought came to him. That's really bad. I'm sitting here judging myself. I know that's not healthy. And the thought repeated, this is even worse. Now I'm judging myself for judging myself. Where will it end? Jake could have gone on judging himself for judging himself for judging himself, but a new thought intervened. Isn't it great I have such a critical sense of right and wrong, he asked himself. Immediately, the negative self-talk faded away. By reframing his experience, Jake was able to move from negative to positive self-talk. Analysing Jake's experience. Jake was trapped in a cycle of negative self-talk. His negative self-talk led to feelings of anger and aggressive behaviour towards the other driver. His negative self-talk led to self-judgment, self-condemnation and lowered self-esteem. Negative self-talk leads to judging others and to anger, as well as to judging ourselves and to lower esteem and even depression. Positive self-talk. His positive self-talk broke the cycle and led the way towards higher self-esteem. Positive self-talk is honest, but non-judgmental. It is being impeccable with your word. Frequently, it is a challenge to develop positive self-talk. Think of some positive self-talk you can give yourself right now. More positive self-talk. Did you notice the courage and perseverance you have shown to get this far in an anger management course that asks you to look carefully at yourself and your behaviour? Having the courage to examine yourself, including your self-talk, is something you can always remind yourself of. The process of noticing and reframing your self-talk is an aspect of self-awareness and self-control, both crucial to emotional intelligence. Don't take anything personally. When we look at the situations that trigger our anger, we often blame others for our anger. What really makes us angry is thinking angrily about things that happen to us. Basically, we are not upset by things, but by our thinking about the situation. When somebody treats you poorly or acts aggressively towards you, don't take it personally. Their behaviour came from their upset thoughts. It is not about you, but about them. When somebody else is angry. When somebody else is angry, don't let emotional contagion trigger your anger. Take a cleansing breath. Stay calm and focused. Use self-talk to reinforce that you will be okay. Use active listening or assertive communications. Take a time out. Don't be a victim. Remember, you don't want to suffer the health effects of anger. You are responsible for your own mental state. Don't give away that responsibility to an angry person. It will only cause you unhappiness. When somebody is angry, they are suffering. Draw on your empathy to understand that. Do not try to control the other person's emotions. Focus on your own thoughts and feelings. Keep yourself safe. Don't make assumptions. To assume makes an ass out of you and me. An assumption is a judgment without the benefit of the facts. Frequently, assumptions can lead to angry thoughts and feelings. Use communication skills to gather more information about the situation. Stay open to other points of view and practice empathy. Always do your best. Most of us have grown up with terrible examples of anger management and little guidance in emotional intelligence. We live in an angry society full of vengeful images, a society that frequently claims that anger leads to power. Doing your best means accepting the process of learning to manage anger better. It does not mean becoming instantly perfect. Summary. Be impeccable with your word. Use positive self-talk. Don't take anything personally. It's not about you, it's about the other person's inner process. Don't make assumptions. Use open communications. Do your best. Anger management is a growth process, not an instantaneous transformation. For more information, try some of these resources. Evaluation. Number
Self-talk is the experience of a psychotic person talking to himself. I like that.
Pause.
Being impeccable with your word includes being honest with yourself.
True.
Yeah. Other people are responsible for making us angry.
False.
False.
It's not true, of course, but that happens far too frequently, I think. When someone else is angry, do not attempt to control their feelings.
True.
Okay. We have to remind ourselves and others all the time in anger management that you can feel anything that you feel is fine. The issue is controlling your behavior. And so that you can make sure that you don't permit your feelings to impact your behavior, it's okay. And that, I think, is far more difficult with people who have not, for example, had very many opportunities to learn a lot about themselves. Which brings me to another point, is that I noticed that Melissa is in an MSW program. Is that correct? Melissa? She's
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And so that one of the things that we have learned, we meaning not me, but people who provide coaching, like for executives, and if a person who's attempting to coach others and he or she does not have a background in mental health, he or she is at a tremendous disadvantage because they're not able to determine whether or not the behavior that is exhibited is related to psychopathology or learned behavior. There is a difference. And so that one of the things that I quickly discovered is that I've been able to charge way more than many people because of the dual training that I have. And so I tell you this because you should take advantage and master as much as you can. For example, are you going to have internships as opposed to your NFC with adolescents? Or do you take whatever it is that they offer, or do you have options?
For my school?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I can do, well, when I first started, I said I didn't want to work with teenagers, but during my practicum, that's the population I work with the most. And I know it's challenging, but I really liked it because I feel like we can still help them, at that age to manage their, their emotions. Because we work with the domestic violence, the perpetrators, and they say that when I do the counseling with them, they say like they bring their kids to do counseling, and they say like they wish they could have done, got a training for anger management. So the population we're trying to target is those students that are before they go into the system, like trying to help them not to get in the system, like juvenile hall.
Raj, I'm running into a problem. There's something that keeps coming up on the screen at the very top, and it says iPhone 138. Is that related to me or what?
No,
That's me. That's Valencia. That's my iPhone.
Oh, do I need to call you?
No, we good. I'm not on my computer this morning.
I was having... Okay. Oh, no problem. No, okay. Then I got scared. Thought I was doing something wrong.
Yeah, you're good.
Plugged in from her phone.
Okay,
you're good.
I'm glad that you said that with this. In any case, in the interest of time, what I'm going to do is let's go to number 9, and then let's let that be it for today. What about that? And if you guys don't like it, I'm so sorry. I was nice.
Okay, this is 9.
Footage to create scrolls.
Lesson 9, Communication. Effective communication skill.
Yeah. Okay, we can go ahead. We can go ahead and do that, and this will be our last one. Anyway, here's the thing that I'm trying to do is I want to let you guys know how much information you already have, meaning that's in the handouts that we've already given you, so that you can play with them. But tomorrow I need to spend some time regarding adolescence and going to the adolescent book, but also in relation to forms, because this is not new for O'Neill and Valerie, but it is for Rosa Diaz and Melissa. And so I have an obligation to do it because that's a fair thing to do. So we got to spend some time. And so that all that is going to come from this suggested guide for anger management. And so that although you have the information, I think that some explanation of it would be good. And I don't know whether or not, Valencia, are you coming tomorrow or not?
Yes.
Oh, you are? Well, that's okay. We can take advantage of you and you can explain how it works for real in the world. So, okay, let's do the effective communication. Thank you.
Introduction. In this section, you will learn to apply assertive communications by using I statements. Learn to stop arguments by using the skill of active listening. Learn to avoid communication roadblocks. Vocabulary. I statements. Speaking clearly and directly from your own position and experience without blaming or judging. Active listening. Listening from the heart and reflecting back to the other person what you have heard. Roadblocks to communication. Common attitudes and phrases that block effective communication. I statements, a tool of assertion. Direct, non-threatening, non-blaming communication is a hallmark of assertiveness. A powerful intervention is to practice speaking clearly and directly from your own position and experience. I statements exemplify this behavior. The I statement. The I statement typically has 4 components. I noticed, your observation. I feel, your feelings. I need, your needs. I would like to, your request. Your observation. I noticed. Instead of blaming or saying you did, simply notice what has happened. This is non-judgmental and asserts your experience without violating the other person's rights. I notice the trash cans aren't out by the curb yet, and tomorrow is trash day. Your feelings. I feel. Express your own feelings. This step is surprisingly hard to do. Do not say, I feel that. This is a judgment disguised as a feeling. The first word after I feel must be a feeling word, an emotion. I feel hurt and frustrated. Your needs. I need. This is an assertion of your own needs. Make sure to use an I statement and not turn this into a you need to demand. I need to be confident that our agreements will be kept. Your request. I would like you to. Now that you've told the other person where you're coming from in a non-judgmental, non-blaming way, you clearly state a request for what you want. I would like you to take the trash cans out tonight as we had agreed. The full example. Here's an example of assertive communication as an I statement. 1. I noticed the trash cans aren't out by the curb yet, and tomorrow is trash day. 2. I feel hurt and frustrated. 3. I need to be confident that our agreements will be kept. 4. I would like you to take the trash cans out tonight as we had agreed. Measuring the earth. Eratosthenes of Alexandria, 276 to 194 BCE, learned that a vertical stick in Cyrene cast no shadow at noon on the summer solstice. He found that a vertical stick in Alexandria did cast a shadow at noon on the summer solstice. He assumed that the only way this could happen would be if the earth was a sphere. Measuring the distance between Alexandria and Cyrene, he estimated the circumference of the earth and was within 10% of modern measurements. The blind men and the elephant. What does this have to do with anger management or communications? We'll get to that in just a few minutes, but first a short fable. Once upon a time there were 6 blind beggars in India. A kind soul led an elephant over to them that they might touch him and learn about elephants. The first beggar reached up and felt the elephant's side, stretching off in all directions. The elephant is like a great wall, he concluded. The second beggar reached down and hugged the elephant's leg. The elephant is like a great tree trunk, he propounded. The third beggar reached up high and felt the elephant's floppy ear. Ah, this beast is like a great fan, he said. The fourth beggar reached forward and felt the elephant's sharp tusk. I know what an elephant is now, he stated. It is like a smooth and pointed spear. The fifth beggar encountered the elephant's trunk. Yes, he said, the elephant is round, but not like a sphere. It is like a great serpent. The sixth beggar stood behind the elephant and grabbed hold of its tail. The elephant is like a wiggling rope, he told the others. And so the beggars argued loudly and with great fervour about what exactly the elephant was like. They began to call one another vile names and strike each other with their sticks. All this commotion panicked the elephant, and he trampled them in his hurry to escape the argument. Putting it all together, what if Eratosthenes had taken his measurement at Alexandria and then argued with those from Cyrene, telling them that they were wrong? Instead, he had the wisdom to realize that he had a different perspective than the others. By valuing that difference, he was able to calculate the size of the earth nearly 1700 years before Columbus sailed. 6 blind beggars, blind not only in their eyes, but blind to the wisdom of learning from others. Had they each listened to the others, they might have learned a great deal instead of being trampled. It is important to realize that none of us has the entire picture. There is much to be learned, even from those with a different perspective. Too often, though, we argue with people who present a different point of view. Arguments. In an argument, the two parties rarely listen to each other. Instead, while you are talking, I am busy planning how to refute you. While I am talking, you are busy planning how to refute me. Nobody is listening. There must be a way out of this dilemma. The secret to stopping arguments. There is a way out. It requires a simple change in behavior. Listen to the other person. Make eye contact. Listen from your heart. Then, when they are done speaking, reflect back to them what you have heard. Do not evaluate what they said. Do not give them your point of view. They probably won't be listening anyway. Repeat steps 1 to 3 until they feel heard and are ready to listen to you. This is called active listening. Active listening. Active listening is the process of decoding the words a person uses to express an idea or feeling and feeding back to the sender his decoded messages for verification. In active listening, the receiver does not send a message of his own, such as evaluation, logic, advice, analysis, or questions. He feeds back only what he thinks the sender's message meant, nothing more, nothing less. Successful active listening requires listening from the heart, using empathy to help decode the sender's messages. Active listening builds connections. Active listening helps people free themselves of troublesome feelings by encouraging the free expression of these feelings. It helps people become less afraid of feelings. When you accept a person's feelings, he hears that his feelings are not bad. Active listening promotes a relationship of warmth between you and the other person. A person who experiences being heard will feel closer to you, and a stronger bond of empathy will grow between you. Gender and active listening. Many women try to share their feelings and experiences with men and just want to be heard. Many men immediately try to fix a situation, offering advice, logic, or giving instructions. This frustrates the woman, who simply wants to be listened to, and frustrates the man because his help is being ignored. When men use active listening in a situation like this, the woman is much more likely to be satisfied, and both will probably feel closer to each other. Active listening, staying open. If somebody is angry with you and using aggressive or passive-aggressive communication, active listening can help to calm the situation down. It is very important not to become defensive. Instead, stay open. Listen from your heart. Rely on your empathy. An example of active listening. You are so irresponsible. You didn't leave me enough gas and I missed my dental appointment because I had to find a station and tank up. Don't you ever think about others? Now I have to wait 2 more weeks to get my tooth fixed. It sounds like you're very upset because I didn't leave you enough gas to get to your appointment. Now your tooth will bother you for 2 more weeks. You want me to be more considerate. Avoid these roadblocks to communication. Always and never are 2 words you must always remember never to use. Oscar Wilde. Both of these words are used in overgeneralizations. Rarely is it true that somebody always or never does something. Usually these words are used in the context of blaming or judging, an unhealthy communication technique. They are also dishonest. Always and never. When I say, you always squeeze the toothpaste in the middle, not only is it a blaming statement, it is dishonest. What I really meant was, I would like you to stop squeezing the toothpaste in the middle. When I say, you never put the toilet seat down, not only is it a blaming statement, it is dishonest. What I really meant was, I would like you to put the toilet seat down. Honest, direct communication is far more effective than blaming, judging communication that attempts to dominate the other person. Summary. Assertive communication is frequently modelled on I statements. Active listening can help stop arguments. Active listening means reflecting back what you have empathically heard, without adding a message of your own. Honest, direct communication is more effective than attempts to dominate by blaming and judging. For more information, why not try some of these resources? Evaluation. 1.
Well, change. My question this time is for anyone or each of you I'd like to hear. How would you use this particular video? Because again, it's on active listening and it's under communication, but it wasn't listed with the other communication strategy. So that
I really liked this video. I think I would use it more as a precursor, as you know, going through the workbook. It seems like a good, you know, beginning point for me.
I like that, and I like to remind all of you is that again, you got all these resources and they are free, and so that you can use them as frequently as you wish. So it's not a deal that I'm only going to use that once. You use it as many times as you want. So who's next? Melissa, what would you do with this? And by the way, the more I think about it, it's going to be, I think, necessary for you guys at some point to consider offering the services in groups, because I don't believe that doing this individually is going to be financially realistic. It's like public school. They don't have individual tutors for each student because it's not practical. So it's the same thing. I don't think so. And I don't know of presidents. I never read of anything like this before. Yes,
I know
coach.
Joe was really focused on doing it one-on-one. So, you know, but I see the value in the group setting if it's something especially that's like court mandated, you know. Okay. It doesn't make sense to do it one-on-one.
Okay. I feel better because I wasn't going to be able to sleep. Okay, so now I'm not sure about that anymore. Okay, any questions or comments on anything we've covered today? I didn't hear from Valencia yet. How would you do this, Valencia? How would you use this one? How do you already use it?
For communication?
Yeah.
Well, I just talk about barriers. I use barriers a lot to communication so people can really see what they are doing to interfere with the
access. You haven't had access to this video since you got yours lost or damaged, right? Okay, so now you're going to have this. So I know you're going to have a big holiday. So how are you going to use it going forward? This one, just this little one.
Well, yeah, just use it so the client can once again see the different styles of communication, look at the barriers of communication and what communication really is and how they can implement listening as well as oral communication to improve on communicating with other people.
Okay. Are there any questions from any of you regarding today? And if not, one question that I would like for each of you to respond to: what, if anything, will stand out with you that was covered today?
Just the wealth of information that you have at our fingertip. All we have to do is just read it, learn it, stir it up, and implement it, whether we're working for someone else or working for ourselves. We have the tools to be successful in the field if we want to.
Well, I like that. Okay,
yes.
Melissa, what do you think? What are you going to tell Rosa?
I really enjoyed today's training. It was a lot of information, and this is, you know, like she said, this is like a toolbox for me to put in more, even when I do my one-on-ones, but when I do the group setting, like the video that you show facilitating the group gave me an idea on how to, you know, have control of the group and also have the participants, you know, engage. So, and I also like how she, Valencia, presented the material when you told her, like, how would you present this, you know, pages 20 to 23. And that gave me an idea on how I can be creative when I facilitate this group. So it was good training.
So, Valencia, how long have you and I been hanging out?
Since 2007.
Okay.
Yeah, 2007.
That's a long time. Okay. Finally, Valerie, while you guys were out, she announced that she was thinking about buying Anderson and Anderson. So I just
you have a lot of money.
I really appreciate, you know, all the work that's gone into this. The positive wheel and the negative wheel, I can see that just being like the foundation for this program. And I am just happy to, I didn't realize, George, you know, how affluent you are with this, and all, you know, just seeing the pictures of who you've been with and how you've shared this program, like the credibility factor, I think is huge. And I did as well, like Valencia's, how she related it to, like, if she was in group, how she would present it. That was very helpful, because, you know, a lot of this information I know, being in therapy for years and treatment facilities as well, but to hear how somebody's going to like actively present it is very helpful for me. I think, like Melissa was stating also. So yeah, it's really good. My only other question though is that the videos that we have, do those specifically correlate with chapters in the book, or are they just kind of, you use it as you go?
You decide how you're going to use it.
Okay. I wasn't sure.
No, because I want people to be creative. That's how we learn. I want to do things different. And so that's what went into our making changes along the way, because we want to make it constantly better. And to be honest with you, the last edition of the Adolescent Anger Management book, we had to change it quicker than we had in mind. I won't get it now. But the reason is my son and another person, a young person, had edited it, and everything was in color. And so that when we got ready to make it, the book was going to cost us almost $100. And so the guy looked at it and says, "Ooh, you're not going to sell this, are you?" And after he told me how much it was going to cost, I says, "No, I'm not, because I'm not going to pay for it. Who's going to pay for it?" And so it doesn't work. So we had to modify it down, whereas there's no color at all in the book that we actually came, Controlling Ourselves. There's nothing color in there at all, and it's because of the amount of the cost, plus paper itself, just paper. If you go to any of the stores that like FedEx, just paper alone has gone up. In any case, you guys were incredible today, and I much appreciate everything. I'd like to have Valencia. Can you call me when you get a chance? Just like to chat with you.
Yes, sir.
And Raj, will you send me? I was particularly interested in what you had done for the two physicians. Can you send that to me on a link that I would have by itself, Raj?
I'm sorry,
The
what should I be
regarding the two surgeons? One that was guarding the two surgeons?
Yeah.
Can that be separated and sent to me directly?
Yeah.
Just that part, because I want to share it with those two doctors.
Yeah, sure. That's a separate. Okay, I'll send you that clip of those two doctors, Ella.
That's pretty incredible, and I want you guys to go to LinkedIn, because now you're leaving a little bit early. You can join LinkedIn and you can read what I was writing, because I'll be through with it by then.
Yeah.
Okay. I have a Raj, for the link that you sent us for the videos, the ones you showed today, is that in the link that you sent me?
Yonomas is in there. I'll just flash what I sent you guys. We have the 4 different styles of communication. So we have the Yonomas video, we have the gaining control one. The 4 styles of communication is in there.
Are you ready to get creative with?
Okay, so but George, this particular recording of the day 1, like this is the video which was already sent.
Yeah, that's what I.
Yeah, the 4 styles of communication. This video.
Oh, that's 4 styles of communication. No, I want the one with the 2 doctors.
No, yeah, not with the doctors, but so this was sent. This was sent. The gaining control was already part of the resources.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So Yonomas, gaining control, and the 4 styles of communication was.
Okay. I see it now.
Awesome. Thank you.
But again,
thank you, George. Thank you.
Thanks.
And George, we will speak about it, or we'll have a call again. I'll send you the doctor's videos.
Okay. Good night, everybody.
Okay, and I'll call you, George. Good night.
Good night.
George, if you could give me a minute.
You what?